Hello and welcome into my latest live broadcast. Step right up, ladies and gentlemen, into today's
Friday video.
It's a computer circus starring
Mitch Morrison,
the bearded lady, and the world's short.
Glad everyone could join us.
Step in here, you can see a stripeless zebra. The world's only stripe. That's a horse. Holzman, this is
Mitch Morrison. How are you doing on this Friday?
What do you think?
Well, it's a balmy 64 degrees here in Phoenix. I'm loving it.
Is it only 60? It feels warmer. Hold on, I'm going to fact check. You're 63.
I was off a degree.
It feels good. I got the window open, the breeze coming in. And what were you doing behind this computer a minute ago?
Doing the arm thing. It's alive. It's alive.
We're having a little bit of a connection issue, and I want to resolve this before we get rolling here. So bear with me a minute. I need to switch networks. Give me just a minute, folks. Okay, now we should be on a more stable connection. My apologies. Thank you, Robbie the robot. No, it's still doing it. It's still, well, we're going to have a tough one today, but bear with us, folks. Hopefully things will smooth out. Mitch, you've never looked better.
Well, thank you.
I told Mitch to be quiet, and he took it literally.
Literally, so.
This is a Be Quiet. It's got no case window because it's designed to be quiet. And on top is the 360mm all-in-one liquid cooler. And we're going to install in that today and review these components, just overall what it's like to build in them. My thanks. Boy, this is really killing me. This connection is just killing me. What is happening today? You know, I wish my neighbors would pay their damn internet bill. They're so irresponsible.
These kids today.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm on the hotspot before it didn't switch because everybody knows I'm an idiot. And even I can do this, which is why you should be inspired.
Yes.
All right, that connection looks a lot better. Hey, welcome in everybody. My name is Kerry Holzman. This is Mitch Morrison. What's today?
It's Be Quiet Day.
Yeah, but it's Friday.
And
it's March 26th.
Something, and it's
what's the day?
64 degrees here in Phoenix. And
it's March 26th.
Very nice.
We only have a few days left of March. I don't know where that went. Samuel says that's a giant case. You know what?
They call it a mid-tower.
We talked about that. Yeah. Mitch said, is that a full tower case? I said, I think so, and I looked it up and it says mid-tower. But here's the thing. Where's my tape measure? How tall do you think a Corsair 200R is, Mitch?
At least 2 feet. 3 feet.
A 200R?
Yeah.
17 inches.
Oh.
This case is 21 inches. So it's only 4 inches taller.
Huh.
But it does seem bigger, doesn't it?
Yeah.
See? I told you 4 inches was a lot.
Yeah.
Anyway, if we look over here, do me a favor. Can you, well, I don't want to hurt you. I just want to put a Corsair 200R next to this.
Okay.
Just for
comparison purposes.
Yeah, reference.
Oh, yeah, it's not.
Here, let me switch over to a different angle. Hey, I got the other camera set up today, guys, so you're in for a real treat. Let's see if it works. If I go over here. Look at that.
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah.
Pretty fancy equipment we got over here.
And this definitely would be considered mid. This is a mid tower, yeah.
Well, that's definitely a mid,
yeah.
And this has certainly got to be on the higher end, defining. I don't think you could go a centimeter taller and still be considered a mid tower. But just to show you, because I was just measuring this the other night. So from the bottom of the bezel, it's just less than 17 inches. Okay. However, there's little rubber feet down here. So it takes it right at about 17. And then from here, once again, if we start at the Lazy Susan and go up, we're actually at a little over 21. And again, at the bottom of the Lazy Susan, we're exactly at 17. You can be precisely at 17 there. So this is the Pure Base 802, and this is designed to be quiet. And this is the Corsair 200R. And this is just designed to be a very budget-oriented business case.
You want me to take this one off now that you're showing?
Sure. Yeah. And then I will switch back over to...
Let me get my weight belt.
There he goes. Look at that. Made you do physical labor today. That means I got to pay him. Speaking of getting paid, we already have... look at this. We have 250 viewers already in the chat room. That's going to be a wheelchair before the end of the night. And a bunch of nice, generous contributions so far. We haven't even done anything yet. Well, that's probably why.
Because of my good looks. All right.
But Peter Laycock from Scotland kicks us off with a 50-pound contribution, followed by... Hold on, I'm going to scrolling. John Wilson. Hey, there's John joining us. From Texas. He says, here's $50, a little something for the channel and the dog. Oh, right on, for the dogs.
Okay.
They got their bark box today.
Nice.
Or yesterday, rather. There's Luke Greeny joining us in the chat room. Luke, as always, frequently contributes $20 via PayPal. He was like making that a regular thing for a long time. Okay. Not that he has to, but I'm just acknowledging his past contributions and how much I swallowed funny, how much I appreciate it. And Sheri McFarland joins. Hey, Sheri. Sheri often makes the thumbnails that we use in these videos. Rick Lakes contributes $20. Hey, Rick, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the support. Jan De Jong contributes €5. He says, hello, Carrie, and have fun. Let's make sure Jan or Yan, depending on how that's pronounced, is a moderator. Make sure you're blue. Thomas Backenstow contributes $50. He says, good day, gentlemen.
Hey,
happy
Thomas.
Friday. Hey, hello. Thank you, Thomas. Very generous. And Luke says it's a nice 65 here in Vermont.
Ooh, okay.
That sounds even better.
All right.
So you win. You win this round.
Right.
I'll talk to you in January.
By 1 degree, yeah, because it's 63
But
here.
no, but it's also beautiful there.
That's true.
And less crowded.
Yeah.
And Ben & Jerry's and stuffed teddy bears and stuff is there.
Ah.
Right?
Okay.
And maple syrup.
Yep.
My blood is so thick in my veins, I think they're going to tap into it and just ask if people want it on their pancakes. See, so I should be in Vermont, is all I'm saying. And Catherine Anna Hauserman's in the house, Sarge Tech, Nick Poverman.
So let us know whether we're coming in audio and video. Let us know.
Yeah, it should be good now.
Are we 5x5 and all sound
Walter
good?
says, happy haircut, Carrie. Oh,
me too?
Yeah, but they noticed mine.
Oh, okay.
Paying attention to the star.
Okay.
Greg says it's a lovely 43. No, sorry, +3. Is it a +3 or a 4? +3 Celsius here in Canada. I don't do the math on that. So
Yeah.
I guess it's chilly. It's a little chilly out there, I guess we say. And okay, let's see, how's the feed doing? Feed is looking green, which is good. Keep it green. Let me just move that aside.
So let the people know what we got going today. What are we doing with this?
Oh, sorry,
with
I was still saying hello to people.
Okay.
Thank you for. Mitch is good at retrieving me from the squirrels. Okay, so today, Mitch and I tried to do this video a couple of weeks ago. Good folks over at BeQuiet said, hey, can we send you a case and a cooler to review? And I said, man, I'm super busy. It'll probably be like a month or two before I could get to it. But if you want to send it, I'm happy to review it when time permits. And then that was back in December or January.
Okay.
And then time finally permitted, right? And I said, okay, there's the case and the cooler. But now I have to figure out what power supply I'm going to use and what motherboard and what CPU. And so I had this AMD CPU 3950X. I bought about 6 or 7 AMD CPUs foolishly, thinking that if all these people online were just saying how great the AMD CPU is, it must be me, right? So it must be I'm choosing bad boards, or I'm just choosing incompatible components, and I'll use it to learn. And I won't sell any of them to customers. And I have not sold any AMD systems to customers. Well, I did sell one, but that's kind of a friend.
Birthday build. AMD.
No, that one wasn't sold.
Oh, okay.
Same friend. Anyway, by the way, that AMD system's back. That's the system over there that I built 2 years ago.
Okay.
But that's another video for another day. When Mitch and I, so anyway, long story short, I got all the parts together, or I thought I did. And then I ran into a lot of issues, starting with the motherboard I bought was apparently returned by somebody. And despite that, I order a lot of stuff from Amazon, and 98% of the time I get exactly what I ordered in the time frame, they say it shipped. That's when I get it. It's very rarely a problem. And so I had ordered the chip and I ordered the board, and I had them sitting on a shelf for about 6 months because I got really frustrated with AMD. And these weren't for customers, as I mentioned, they're just for the channel. And to have PCIe Gen 4, you've got to have the X570 board, which means you're going to have a fan on the chipset. All the boards are that way on the X570. I don't like it, but that's just the way it is. And I seem to be the only one who has a problem with it.
Because you're special.
I'm special. That's what my mama said. So, out of the box, it was a used product, sold as new. And that's not MSI's fault. But then what the other problems I encountered were detailed in the previous video.
Very good video. You got to watch it.
And some people said, well, some of these things are petty. And yeah, they are petty. But here's what I do. And I can't speak for everybody, but...
Were they Tom Petty? No.
I hope not.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, I guess that first board was Tom Petty because it was dead.
Dead, yeah. Boom, boom. All right.
I'm going to hell for that. Anyway, I love Tom Petty.
Yeah, so do
Just
I.
saying.
Yeah.
So I'm overlooking these petty things. So what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Okay, now I've had it. It's what I call death by 1,000 paper cuts. Do you understand? You go, well, they're just paper cuts. Yeah, but you can die if you have too many. And what ends up happening is now that I've gotten upset, now all those little petty things are all going to come to the surface now because now I'm not excusing them anymore. Well, is this not a big deal? Well, it isn't. But when you combine it with this, that is a big deal, and you combine it with this and this and this, never mind that the board was an open box returned product. All right, that's not an MSI, right? That's a whole different problem. Okay. Don't conflate these two things. And sometimes I see comments and people say, well, I built one for my daughter and it works fine. Oh, great. Well, if I was building one for your daughter, it probably would have worked fine too. But I'm in business. And the idea is that I'm going to be building 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80 of these. And I'm not building them for somebody for free. They're paying me to build it. And if it doesn't work, they're going to call me and expect me to fix it for free. This costs me money. So if you want to do my warranty work for me, then I'd be happy to take your recommendations for parts. But I keep emphasizing scale. It's different. I'm not saying every MSI board is bad. I'm saying that the design of this board, I don't like it. It doesn't meet my value system. I can't speak to your value system, nor would I ever attempt to. And I'm not telling you what you should buy. I'm telling you what I'm buying. And if you want to run your personal life in the same way a business runs it, which, by the way, is generally very sustainable if it's a successful business. You cut expenses, you save money where you can. Generally, what businesses do as policy and protocol is usually, at least as far as computers are concerned, good for a home user. But what home users do very rarely is ideal for a sustainable business model. And so I'm having a very hard time, Mitch, getting across to people scale and business. And I think I'm just going to give up on this because it's clear to me that, well, many of the viewers do understand exactly what I'm saying.
Right.
There are some viewers that want to fight for their ignorance. They absolutely refuse to understand scale. They disrespect the fact that I've been in business all these years without any input from them, without any help from these strangers on the internet, and yet somehow I've made it 30 years. And some of these people say, well, I used to. I go, yeah, well, I'm still doing it. That's the difference between you. Like
right.
I wasn't asking for your approval. I wasn't asking for your opinion. I was sharing with you. I turned my camera on and I am sharing with you my perspective. I don't need you to approve it. I don't need you to argue with me about it. You can disagree or agree. It doesn't be like, let me just stab you with a knife.
I'd rather not.
Yeah, but here's the thing, it won't hurt. I've been stabbed with a knife before. It's really no big deal.
Yeah, so you say. Yeah.
You gotta stand over here a little bit.
Yeah. Or move.
You've been vaccinated, right?
Yeah.
So he has.
Yeah. Because I'm old. All right. So
you need that. But they say they opened up the vaccinations to 16 years and older and completely reserved everything in 20 minutes. As soon as they opened it, in 20 minutes it was booked solid.
And our lovely governor yesterday removed the mask mandate.
Yeah, no more mask mandate in Arizona.
We're very happy. I went to have a little glass of medicine last night, and it was nice not seeing the lady bartenders that I've seen for a year wearing the mask.
Yeah, it's now a choice instead of a requirement. So people can obviously still wear them. Yeah. But anyway, so my point is, if I stab you with a knife and you say that hurts, I go, no, it doesn't.
Right.
You're going to look at me like I'm insane. How can you tell me what I'm feeling?
I do that anyway.
And I say, well, so he's going to look at me no different. Yeah. But I say, but Mitch, you see all these scars? This is where I got stabbed with the same knife. It didn't hurt me one bit. That's of little consolation to Mitch and his experience, right? I'm not trying to manipulate somebody's experience as a fruitless effort. It's completely, what's the word? It's always going to happen no matter, it's futile. It's futile. You're postponing the inevitable. What I'm saying, that's not postponing the inevitable. It's just a futile thing. It's a moot point. And you're welcome to your opinions. All you got to do is start up your YouTube channel and voice them, right? But to start debating it with me because I somehow hurt your feelings because I don't like a part you like is the stupidest behavior I've ever experienced outside of high school. So, for my followers who appreciate what I do and see the value in what I do, I thank you. And for the people who don't, there's lots of other YouTube channels.
Tough cheese. All right.
You got any? I'm kind of hungry. Yeah. That's all. I just want to put it out there. I'm not, I think some viewers think that content creators on YouTube universally all want the same thing. Please like me, please like and subscribe to my videos. Well, no, I don't want your harassment. I don't want you to watch videos you don't like. And if I make videos you don't like, stop watching them. Do us both a favor. There's 7.5 billion people in the world. There's only 340,000 subscribers to this channel. It's a small little tiny fraction of people of the planet. And I want to create a very positive community. And even though I may have a negative experience, it's affecting my pocketbook. It's affecting my ability to get new cameras and new camera equipment because I have to spend money and spend more time, like on this. We're on week 3 now of what should have been a one-day review. It's gone on 3 weeks. How do you run a business if it's going to take, first of all, if your customer comes in and says, I'd like a pizza, and you say, I'll have that ready in 10 minutes, and you come back and go, well, I'm going to need another 2 weeks. Right. Are you going to wait for it? Or are you going to come back to that business? And if they do that with a lot of customers, would you be surprised that that business was closed in the future? It's not sustainable. Scale it. So when I am complaining about petty things, you have to scale it. And furthermore, I'm really, really good at it. Complaining is one of the best things I do.
This rant today was brought to you by... No. So what are
Advil.
Yes, yeah, so Advil. So what are we doing today?
So today, long story long.
Yeah.
This is the completed motherboard, which was all filmed. Basically, I ordered a new board from Amazon and got a new board this time. Amazon apologized for the mix-up, fully refunded my money. I tried going to MSI's website. That wasn't working. I couldn't create an RMA, and I just destroyed the board in frustration because I never wanted to deal with that specific board. This one is the same board, but it's new, right?
When you bent that board, I really thought you were gonna knock your eye out.
I was a little worried.
Because I'm like, if a shard, that's a big word. If a shard comes, he's gonna hurt his eyes.
Think of the views I'm gonna get. I mean, I won't be able to see them, but just think of the views.
Yeah. But anyway. to let the viewers know, this is a brand new board. We've already installed the M.2. You see?
Yeah, I had to change that because of the design of the board. People are like, well, you could take the heatsink off. Well, you can, but this is a cover for this heatsink below it. It's 2 heatsinks. So when you take off one, you're taking off half of the other one. Now, without doing all the thermal testing, I can't tell you how important that is, but I will tell you that if you bought 2 heatsinks and you paid your hard-earned money for 2 brand new heatsinks, you can only use one of them, meaning you've already overspent. Can you imagine? I'm going to go to the grocery store and I'm going to buy something that as soon as I go home, I'm going to immediately throw it away. Actually, there is something I buy. You know what it is?
A kumquat. I hate kumquats.
Well, there goes the kumquat audience. We just lost my kumquat audience.
Then why'd you buy it?
I buy garbage bags. And the reason I buy garbage bags is to throw them away.
Okay.
But I try not to make that a habit because it's not a sustainable model.
Okay.
I can't keep just buying garbage bags and keep throwing them away.
Okay.
At some point, I have to do something else, right, to compensate for that expense because it's what we call in business a cost center. It's not a profit maker.
Okay.
Okay. So with that one exception, everything else I buy in the grocery store is something I use. Yeah?
Yep.
Now, when we talk about computer hardware, why would I buy an M.2 drive that comes with a heatsink and then get a motherboard that's got an M.2 heatsink that is also part of the chipset heatsink, and I have to choose? The motherboard manufacturer inconsiderately forces me to make a choice, and I can't get a refund on just the heatsink part. In most cases. I mean, yeah, you can buy a third-party heatsink for an M.2 drive. Now, regardless of how good the heatsinks are or the aesthetics of it, the point is you're buying 2 drivers for 1 car. Both drivers can't drive a car at the same time. So it is a waste of money because the manufacturer of the board in this case had no consideration. Even if the top of the heatsink over here is just aesthetics, well, it's an important aesthetic.
Okay.
If you take this off, it says MSI. So this all goes back to the previous video, and you can hear me go off. Don't let me get started.
No. And again, the only reason you put this on was to test the board, so that we're going to be removing this for the all-in-one cooler.
I normally don't test boards outside of the case. I think it's a bad idea when you're using new parts. But because when we opened the box, it was obviously a return motherboard, I didn't want to put it into the case because this video is supposed to be a case review. But how good of a case review is it going to be if I don't actually build a computer in it?
Okay.
So that.
And what power supply are we putting in this?
We're going to use an NZXT 750 watt modular power supply. All the parts for today's build are in the video notes below the video. And I've got links all going to Amazon. I did not put a link to the graphics card. There's no point.
Not currently, no.
But we're going to throw an RTX 3070 in it because we have to have graphics on this AMD, the discrete graphics. And yeah, so the air cooler that's on here was just for testing. We need to take that off because we're going to use the Pure Loop 360 because the 3950x.
Right here.
Once again,
unblocked.
I would feel, it would feel wrong to me to use this case in that cooler the way a home user, like let's say BeQuiet sent this to a home user, and the home user doesn't have $2,000 laying around to buy parts. So they go, well, I got this old i5 Gen 7 motherboard that's mini ITX, I'll put in there, or micro ATX. And then I'll put that 360-degree cooler on this little i5 that never really gets all that hot to begin with. I don't think that that's a fair review because I don't think many people are going to buy this case and do that. I think if you're in the market for this case or that giant cooler, you're probably going to put something higher end in there. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah.
So to do BeQuiet right, I made the investment in the parts, which led to the whole long story, and now here we are with everything. I want to guarantee that this isn't going to stop us again.
Right.
So this board, there are several videos over the last 2 weeks where I got this all running, and it's all explained. But it's a 3950X. I've got the Trident G.Skill RGB RAM, which was stupid of me because there's no case window. Now, BeQuiet does sell a windowed version of this case for $10 more. But if what you're after is pure silence, then you want a solid cover here because this is all sound insulated, which I'll show you in a minute. We've got a Sabrent 1TB PCIe Gen 4 SSD on here, which I've not run any crystal disk mark test on. So once we get this installed, we can see the difference in speed between that and a Gen 3.
Okay. And
then finally, we're going to take this heat sink off so that we can put the water block on, and we'll go through what that installation process is like.
And we'll give you close-ups because we got our other camera.
Yeah, we got 3 cameras today,
so.
And it's sometimes fitting a liquid cooler can be frustrating, especially if one company makes the liquid cooler and another company makes the case. Even sometimes the same company that makes the cooler, like that Corsair 200R, I think there may be one little 140 millimeter cooler that Corsair makes that will fit in a 200R. That would go to where the rear case fan is.
Okay. There's
There's no room on a 200R above or in the front of the case for a radiator.
All right.
So that's, I guess what I'm saying is, if the case manufacturer is also the cooler manufacturer, you would hope that those two things would fit together like a glove.
Yep.
But it's not a guarantee, as I just mentioned with the Corsair. Some of their coolers don't fit in some of their cases. And I don't know BeQuiet enough to talk about whether or not this cooler will fit in any other cases. So we're simply reviewing that cooler in this case with this hot 3950X.
So it's going to be a good show.
Yeah, and this is going to be a great computer.
Show.
And if anybody wants to buy it, it's already for sale.
Yeah.
Because I can't. Nothing to do with the case. It has to do with these parts. I'm just so tired of it. But do me a favor, spin this. Spin so everybody can see the back of the case, and then step around. I'm going to put Mitch to work today. Do you see the little buttons up there on the top?
I'm cut off. That's all right.
Well, come over. Step in front of me. I'll come over here. Actually, I can still stay where I was.
Oh, okay. I'll have to shrink down. All right.
Yeah. You look better shorter.
Oh. You can see my shirt better, folks. Yeah, it's Toto Friday. All right.
Yeah, you should see him without the shirt.
Yeah.
Just a big Toto tattoo across his chest. Looks exactly the same.
Same.
Do you see a button up there above the panels? You don't see any screws, right?
I see 2 buttons.
Push one of them.
Just one. Ooh.
See? It didn't even have. Is that intuitive? I didn't have to explain it.
Nope.
I think he lifted, if I'm not mistaken. It's not heavy. Now show the inside of that panel. See the foam? Sound insulation material. You know what happens if you put a case window on that? You're just gonna see black.
Yeah. And that, to be honest, that's pretty thick.
Show them. Tilt it a little more.
This one?
Hey, yeah. Yeah, you're right. You can just set that down anywhere. We'll keep it upright so we don't step on it. This will be fun. Mitch is trying to find an empty spot on the floor. He's recognized my insanity of organization skill.
Can I do the other side? No, we're not ready.
Yes. Please do the other side. What are you, a magician? We'll lift it straight up. And see that side? Also. So if you want the windowed case, you're going to lose that insulation material, meaning the case will not be as quiet. They should call that the Be As Quiet case versus the Be Quiet case. Not as quiet.
Kind of like you. All right. So.
I would say something, but then it would just prove your point.
Yeah. Okay, and as always...
Let's take a look at the inside.
Yeah. We've got 2 140s up front.
And a 140 in the back.
A 140 in the back. We've got a basement, as folks kind of like to call them.
You call that a basement?
Yeah. shroud, I mean basement.
A basement?
Yeah. It's where the power supply goes.
It's a shroud.
In the basement. Oh, okay.
Let's go ahead and take that tape off of there. That tape usually indicates pieces come off, and they didn't want those pieces to come off in shipping. This is a very customizable case. You can pull this whole motherboard tray out and flip it. I guess you can flip it the other way. I don't know why you'd want to, but I guess you can. And there's some video reviews on this case to get into more details, but I'm going to assume that you just want a nice solid case. Like Mitch, I'm sure you could probably stand on this and it's not going to bend. I mean, you could probably break the plastic. If we take the plastic off of it, I mean, it's solid. It's not a cheap, it's not made of cheap materials. And yeah, so with the power supply shroud, that's going to hide our cabling. So cable management, at least as far as spare power supply cables, can just get jammed in there. And then this box right here, what's this? Tell us what that is, Mitch. He knows.
Behind window number 2. Okay. Ah.
That's a big box.
Let's see.
Jack in the box pops out. What we got in there? Oh, that's a 3.5-inch drive sled. That goes, you see these rectangular holes? See here? So this is something I don't like about BeQuiet's design. I think that's really irritating. Here's what BeQuiet's going to tell you. You can have up to 5 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Each one can hold a 3.5-inch or a 2.5-inch hard drive. However, they don't give you 5 sleds, or whatever you want to call these pieces. And each piece requires 3 screws to secure it. 2 on the bottom, 1 on the top. And then furthermore, each device, each one of these requires tools to secure the drive into the drive caddy. The Corsair 200R, you slide the drive in, it clicks into place. 3.5-inch, 2.5-inch, doesn't matter.
Toolless.
It's completely toolless. It'll take up to 4 3.5-inch drives and 4 2.5-inch drives for a total of 8 drives in a case that's 4 inches smaller. Okay, so we just get 1. Is there anything else in there? What's this? All that was in here was this?
Indubitably.
Seriously.
Seriously.
They just gave us 1.
1.
We got 5 slots. It's a $100 case. So we have the potential, but we got to pay more. Great. Okay, well, we're not off to a good start here on value, but I just don't like that design. It seems overly complicated. The Corsair 200R, how many years have I been building with that? 8 years?
8.
So
and you continue to
why
use it,
hasn't the toolless design caught on? Why are we still using drive rails, drive sleds, and caddies? We should be long past that. This is the kind of equipment that customers lose. All right. There's, in addition, I just noticed down here, we can put 2 more 3.5-inch drives. This is like a double-sized drive sled down here, or caddy, that can come out if you're not using it to lighten the case up, I think. And where's the screws and stuff? Oh, we took those out. They're sitting on there. Okay, that's fine. When Mitch and I originally started the review, we went through this case without taking the panels off. We evaluated it, and I'll have to, when this video gets edited, I'll have the editor take that first half hour from 2 weeks ago, before everything went sideways with the squirrels, and then piece it together with this. And
we'll have different shirts, so the continuity.
And haircuts.
And haircuts, so.
Yeah, and I'm also a bit taller than that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sometimes Mitch and I trade places. Anyway, again, somebody might say, well, these are pretty petty things to talk about. But again, on scale, if I tell you, I'm gonna hire you, and I got a bunch of customers that want this case, I need 10 of these built. How much time do you need to do it? And each one needs to have 3 hard drives installed. And you're gonna be able to put 2 hard drives in here and then 1 hard drive there, and then you won't need to use these other 4, right? But you're gonna have to figure all this out on your own. and 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 I'm going to have somebody else build me 10 of the same system with the same configuration without the liquid cooler in the 200R. And the 200R one will be built faster because of the toolless hard drive design. And it'll be cheaper because the 200R is cheaper and the 200R won't fit a liquid cooler, so you're going to save money there. So everybody has different needs. And clearly, if you needed or just wanted a liquid cooler, the 200R wouldn't even be worth your considering because it won't
hold one.
Right? So if you want to look at it that way, maybe it's more worth it to you to have the drives in these cages. And how many words do they have for that? Drive cage, drive sled. There are drive rails. This doesn't have the drive rails. And there's drive caddies. None of which the Corsair 200R has.
Right.
Now look, I'm not going to sit here and be a shill for Corsair, but I'm going to always be a businessman and tell you about what I consider my value system. And I think this price is on this case is very good. For $100, I think you're getting a lot for $100. But understand what you're getting, and as long as you're okay with what you're getting, that's great. There is, right down here, there's a 2.5-inch drive bracket. You see it right here?
Oh yeah.
That's for 2.5-inch drive. This is something else BeQuiet does that drives me crazy, and I would very much appreciate if they'd stop. They're still using a fan controller like it's 1997. So this is a fan controller right here. And the idea is that, first of all, if you look at this case, it's really maxed out on the fans. There's no other room for fans other than what's going to go on the radiator, which comes with fans. And most motherboards are going to have 3 fan headers. I mean, any micro ATX or ATX board should give you 3. Plus, you're going to have a fan on your power supply. So I'm confused as to why there's a fan header on this that it offers you 3 more fans. And then furthermore, on the top of the case, what Mitch is pointing at, let me get the camera zoomed in so you guys can see this. This is like going back in time. On the front of the case, we have 2 USBs here, which is fine. This is good. I like. Hard drive LED. And this is a reset switch. That looks like a switch. This is a bad design. These 2 things look exactly identical. This is a light and this is a switch. So that's your reset switch. Hey, kudos for keeping the reset switch, okay? I don't want to be all negative here. Power button, it looks like the power button lights up as well. The light and the button are built into one. Good. Headphone, microphone jack, pretty standard. There's a Type-C USB. That's nice to have. Not many motherboards still support this yet, but that kind of future-proofs you. So even if you're not going to use it on your build, you might use it on a future build or upgrade. But then there's this, and this takes me back to 1997. This is to control your fan speed. This is basically the Flintstones. Your motherboard, BIOS, and the fan headers on the board are far more intelligent of knowing those fan speeds, what they should be at any given time, than you're just a human being. You can't possibly know when it's appropriate to crank the fans down and when it's appropriate to crank the fans up in the moments where it's acceptable. So there is an auto switch here. I suppose that's its one saving grace. But what you have to understand is every unnecessary part adds expense and complexity to your build. And remember, scale.
And could possibly break.
Or be broken out of the box, right? Whether it's the switch itself, the wires going to the switch being broken, or onto the controller itself here onto the side. If we go ahead and rotate this so we can take a closer look at that fan controller right here. This is an old school fan controller. I cannot emphasize how old this design is. And it looks like, to add insult to injury, there are 3-pin fans and 3-pin fan headers. It's not even 4-pin. You know why it's not 4-pin?
Because that would be PWM. Then it would run, 3 runs at full, right?
Well, so the DC fans versus the PWM fans, you have 3-pin fan and 4-pin fan. I got a whole quick tips video on it, but to make this as quick as possible, this is the way we used to do it in the 90s, late 90s, early 2000s. The 4-pin fans are much more controllable. They have, you know, you can stop a 4-pin fan altogether. You can't stop one of these. And the reason we did it, there's a reason why. The reason that we did stuff like this is because the motherboards and the fans hadn't evolved to the point where they are today. So this is gone. This is obsolete. This has been obsolete for about 20 years. I want to say 15. I'm going to play it safe and say 15 years. Maybe 2005. As the 4-pin fans started coming out, and you'll notice all your motherboards are mostly going to be 4-pin fan headers. They can more precisely control each fan, and especially if you plug the fan in the area where the temperature sensor is, so that when that area gets hot, it cranks the fan up on its own, and when the area cools down, it lowers the fan on its own. You don't have to do this anymore. That means you're not buying this. You don't have to worry about this breaking. You can use 4-pin fans instead of 3-pin fans. You have less cable management because now we're running the fans to the controller and then the controller to the board, or I suppose this controller probably hooks to the board. Plus the controller needs power, and it's not that much more capable, but it's just more. And then it sort of implies to some people that there should be 3 more fans, and then some people, they see that, they go, well, I'm not going to be happy until this is full, and then they overload the case with too many fans. So I have some issues out of the gate with the design decision here. It's not a world stopper, but it's really hard for me to understand why a manufacturer would offer this today, unless this was like a retro style of case, which to my greatest knowledge, my best ability to understand, this is not supposed to be a throwback to the 1990s. This is supposed to be modern. And then I've noticed here so we have a drive bracket here. Everything's sideways, by the way. This is a 2.5-inch SSD SATA drive bracket, and then there's 2 more here behind the motherboard. This is a bad location for this because this is where your CPU bracket's gonna go. So this is already in the way, and it'll have to come off when you build, and I would probably recommend keeping it off. In fact, in order to lighten the weight on this, if this was my case, I would take this off. I'd cut the wires to the switch. I'd take these out and put them in the motherboard box to lighten the weight. I'd leave the drive cage in for, mechanical storage for large capacity storage. But the motherboard's got 2 M.2 slots on it. And we're mostly using M.2, which is no cables at all. And you'd have a much cleaner, lighter build. And if they sold it that way, it would cost you less money. Instead of making these things sold separately, they should have made these sold separately. I mean, who's using that these days? Now, if this was a bargain case, if this was like a bottom of the barrel case, then there may be customers that are, still using this older stuff. But this should be optional. This one for sure should be optional. That's fine to include that. It's not in the way. This is unnecessary. The drive cage should be toolless. It looks like in this drive cage, you have to use a special shouldered screw. You can't just use the normal screws right down in here. Let's go ahead and set it back on its feet, muscles. We should be able to pull this front off of it. Let's see what it's hiding. Oh, there's a big filter under here. Let me widen the shot out. So that went, I like how this comes out. So I'm not just gonna complain. I'll tell you about the things I like. I like that this is one of the easiest filters to remove. Sometimes you gotta reach under the case to find where the filter latch is, but this is right up front, super easy, barely an inconvenience. So with that out of it, let's go ahead and set it back down if we would. This probably comes off I'm gonna guess there's like a couple of latches here, I think. Looks like they go in. I'm feeling for them.
Very risky. All right.
Nah, it's not risky. I can feel these two. I know there's gotta be two. There's gotta be one over here.
Is there one below it here? One down here too.
I think the front port umbilical cable is right in the way. Let's see if I can squeeze these two. Maybe I'll just try doing one side. So this has little plastic clips that I'm pushing towards the center of the case. In case you're wondering what I'm doing, I can't even see it, so I don't know how you're going to see it. I don't have a problem, as I mentioned, and I want to emphasize, with the quality of the case. It's built very well. It's definitely not made of cheap materials. All the edges are rounded. There's no sharp edges, so you're not going to cut yourself as like you would on those real cheap cases that you get at AliExpress. Come on now. They certainly didn't make this easy. I'll tell you that. There's a good side to that too, which is if it's easy to get off, it's easier for it to fall off on its own. I can't find the one this is very difficult to get to. Yeah, I just can't see it. Where is it?
You got your finger on it, yeah.
Yeah. And then the shroud is in the way. Like they really made getting this front bezel off difficult. Now you might say, well, why would you want to take the front bezel off? Well, as you can see, there's two fans here, and there's a filter that appears to go in from the top. It looks like you can't get to that filter without pulling this off. So that means that, so as well, I'm complimenting them on this filter and how easy this goes in, right? This is very well thought out. I like this. I mean, it doesn't really, nothing's really holding it in. If I was going to complain, I should get, oh yeah, there it is. You know what? I just wasn't pushing it hard enough. It does give me some positive click that it's secured and it's not moving. That's fine. Perfect. Perfect. No suggestions for improvement and no complaints. But there's another filter and it sits in front of these fans. And it looks like it lifts up from the top. And from what I can gather, in order to get this top off, I gotta get it drunk first. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just not getting any joy on this. Or I'm doing something wrong. That cover should just pull forward though. And I can hear it loosening when I move the levers. This whole side of it is loose except for the shroud is in the way of the last one. I guess I could try and get my hand in here. I don't know if I'm gonna get my hand out to be like in a pickle jar. Okay, I can feel it. You look worried.
Yeah.
Hold on. There, it's almost there. Jeez, oh man. Hold on, let's see if I can get my... I'm stuck. Okay, it appears...
It appears...
It appears you're just not supposed to take that front off without taking some other stuff off, because there's no way that that's normal, that it should be that difficult. which bothers me. If I can't just reach in and pull the cover off like I can on a 200R, which just snaps in and snaps out super easy,
Yep.
I don't know why they made that so difficult to remove. So there's a lot of inconsistency here. Like, for example, they were thoughtful enough to give us these buttons to release the side panels. So how come we don't have that same logic to maybe remove the front bezel? It doesn't have to have a button, but maybe make that clearer so we can get to the filter in the front. And why do we have to put these drive trays in individually? And why do they stick out this far when you install them? It's not pretty to look at. It's not good cable management, because when you cable them, remember, your drives are going to be cabled from the back. So when you cable this one to the one below it and the one below it, and you start to do your cable management, one cable is going to be over the next cable if you keep them all straight. Which means if you need to change out this drive or this drive, you have to remove the cables from the drives above it to get to this one. I have a problem with that. I don't think it's well thought out. The top, as Mitch was pointing out, the top has these removable panels. So if you are to put you could put a cooler up here, which is what my intention is today, or we can put the cooler up front. And given the difficulty in removing that front panel, I don't think I want to explore that any further. I'm just going to leave it alone. It's frustrating me. It should be obvious and intuitive. I shouldn't have to go look up videos on how to remove the front panel, and that's just disappointing. So I think BeQuiet's got some more work to do to meet what I would require to run these at scale in a PC building operation. You know, if you were to run a PC building business, I mean, obviously, no matter how difficult the case may be to work on, the more you do it, the better you'll get at it, the more efficient you'll be. But even at your best, I think somebody working efficiently on a 200R is still going to build faster than you, just from the base design. So,
with that,
my overall assessment thus far is for $100, it's a good deal. But it is not the best case, in my opinion. I wouldn't even say it's the best case for the money. It's a good case for the money. And let's see if my attitude changes as we build in it.
As we build in it.
Yeah. But I'm not. You know, maybe I just need to have lower expectations. Maybe I expect too much. These come off. I guess if you want to vent, if you want to put your power supply in upside down and have your power supply fan suck air in from inside,
okay,
all of that comes off. So there's a lot of customization in this case that you can adjust if you're one of those PC builders that wants to get into all of that this little stuff. This is like, again, at scale, you wouldn't be doing this at scale. It's just, it's going to take you too much time. Well, I suppose you could, but you'd have to charge a lot for labor for what you'd have to put into each system you're building because of this case design. I mean, something like this, look at me struggle. Why don't you see if you can get that in, Mitch?
2 Advil for Uncle Kerry coming up.
I just want to see if it's me. Here, turn around and let people watch. I just want to see if it's just me. You can walk to the other side.
All right, let's see. I got 2 little, what do you got, doodads there, so it must go like this.
Let's see if Mitch will get that done in like 10 seconds. Rick Rubicet contributes €5. He says, you made my first PC build. Oh, he says he made his first PC build video. PC built for my dad, supported by Catherine Anna Hauserman, taught by Carrie. It's on YouTube to watch. Hey, please post a link.
And you think it goes this way, not this way?
I don't know, I guess.
Okay.
You tell me.
All right.
It should be obvious. Robert Rockin' Rob Radigan contributes $5. Says, howdy, Mitch, Carrie, and chat. Don't forget to check your PayPal after the broadcast tonight. Nice to get to the BeQuiet case. I'm going to enjoy this show. And he says, peace. Hey, thank you, Robert. And of course to Rick. Samuel Ramos with $20 says, I'm looking forward to this BeQuiet build, Carrie. Hopefully you won't run into any snags. How you doing over there, Mitch? It's real easy, right?
The sound effects.
Because they might just say it's me.
Right.
Right? Now you know what they're going to say. It's these guys are too old.
Yeah.
That's the problem. You see, as you get older, you should probably become more practical in the choices that you make. And when you run into things that are impractical, such as many of the little petty things I'm talking about like this, you start to realize, you know, you and I don't have a lot of time left compared to the young kids out there. And this isn't necessarily the last thing we want to do before we die. This isn't a bucket list item. But if it keeps taking this much time, by the time we're done...
I can't do it.
So are you officially waving the white flag?
I'm throwing in the sponge, Uncle.
Planet Cryos with a $40 contribution.
Oh,
Carrie, it's
Planet
been
Cryos,
some
yeah.
time since last I was in the live chat. I love the vids, right? Thank you, Planet Cryos. He's always been very generous.
Happy Friday to you. And
Sarge Tech contributed $5.
Somebody, Carrie, did mention, if all else fails, read the manual.
True.
But to me, like
Let
the
people see it.
200R,
you're like you got no body yet.
yeah, like the 200R, it should
Stand
just
over
be intuitive. I mean, where, like you said, it just to snap off the front, you should not have to go pull out this big manual and oh, this is how you do it. No, you should be able to see it and go perfect. I see the clips, clip, and it comes right out and it pops right back on.
I don't know, ever since the OJ trial, but there used to be an expression that was used more. It's called, it fits like a glove.
Glove.
Right? That was the best compliment you could give to any product you were using, whether it's you were putting a new refrigerator in, or you're putting on gloves that fit, or you are putting pieces in a case. There's something very satisfying when something just fits without a struggle. Nobody would say it fits like a glove after they struggled to get it on.
Right.
It's not about the fit. It's about the ease with which it fitted, right? You should be able to slip on a glove. It shouldn't be a struggle. So fits like a glove means that the part was super easy. Whatever we're talking about, whatever item we're talking about, was obvious and easy to go where it belonged, and it snapped into place as though it was designed to go there. These parts aren't going back in easily. So, yeah, I think this went the other way.
And speaking of gloves,
No, maybe you're right. Maybe it's done this way.
Speaking of gloves, I went for a motorcycle ride yesterday, and I did have my gloves, and
It was a little chilly. It was windy yesterday, wasn't it?
it was a little windy in the afternoon.
And does this have any markings that says one way or the other on it?
This
Like
side up?
front?
No.
Like maybe an arrow that indicates front or back. Nothing indicates.
It's got to go in with the angles at the back, I would think.
Well, I would think.
Because the other thing is square.
No, I don't think it could go in with the angles on it.
See, folks, you don't get this kind of show on other channels, right?
No, because they rehearse and they edit.
and it's slick, yeah.
And they have all this time to do all this research because they don't actually have any work to do with actual customers waiting. Must be nice. I think I want to do that. Okay, it's just... Okay, there's...
Screwdriver?
So here's the deal. So we're not just dealing with plastic tabs here. There's also these little round pegs. And the round peg goes into the round hole, right?
Yeah.
So down here, it's just one of these 4,000 holes. Three of them that we have to align these pegs into the holes, or it's just not going to go in. So go ahead and let's set that back down. That seems unnecessary. Like just these two side pieces alone should have been enough. So this makes it much harder. This is why we're struggling. is we're here focusing on these side pieces when we can't get it to seat because it's not aligned with, holy smokes, are you kidding me? There is no clear indication of which hole it's supposed to go in. I guess you just guess? I don't know.
You pulled it out, now you get it back.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's my fault. It's my fault. But it shouldn't be this hard. It definitely has to go in this way. If you tilt this down, here's what's throwing me off. You'll see there's these separate little holes. There's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Now those look like they'd be for mounting something, don't they? Yeah, they are. They're for mounting this. See, this one's real easy. This one's just got, this is just going to fit in the holes that are different from all the other holes. See how easy that was? Why is this one different? Why didn't they do this one the same way? Well, here's the good news, maybe. Once this piece is in, then it aligns. It like,
and it clicked.
Well, one side did. I can feel this side's going up back here. So this side's not, whatever hole that's supposed to go into, it's not lined up.
It's hammer time.
By the way, Mitch,
okay,
there's another one on the other side.
Oh.
So it's symmetrical. Oh, why doesn't that go in? What is going on? Okay, one of the reasons that was so hard to put on is this piece actually overlaps it, so I had to tuck it under. So even though I couldn't really figure out where that piece aligned until that piece was in, once that piece is in, it's now in the way of this piece seating. Maybe you guys could number them 1, 2, 3, 4 in the order they need to go in. Maybe there should be an arrow pointing what direction. I understand that these are probably interchangeable, so the arrows would be opposite, but you could just say towards center of case on both of them, right? The angled part goes towards the center of the case. That's overly complicated. How far along are we in the build, Mitch? Pretty much haven't done anything.
Yeah, we should get going. And remember, if anybody wants to buy this super convenient, easy build,
again, it's a quality case. I don't want to say that the case is cheaply made or the case is overpriced, but I would have done it with more thought to scale. And this has to go. This just needs this. This is what I hated on the AMD build. This was the same thing on the BeQuiet case. We used. Did you get one of those BeQuiet cases?
No.
I think you got it.
And is this a plate that must come off that then you have to put on the back of your?
It doesn't have to, but
on the back of your power supply, or can you do the slide in and then?
You can do it either way, but this will make your life a lot easier. So, so we're going to give kudos to BeQuiet here for this design.
Okay.
All right. So, once again, I'm trying to be balanced here, even though it's very obviously tilting to one side. I don't want to give you guys an idea that I've got an axe to grind with BeQuiet. I love the people at BeQuiet. I want to like their products. I want to like it.
And what's going in there? You said
we're going to use this right here. This is an NZXT C750 modular power supply, and we want to make sure we've got all our cables on we're going to need now. Otherwise, we're going to have to reach in this little dark area, and we're going to bump up against this drive cage.
Okay.
So ideally, you'll plug in whatever modular cables you need. So we need 2. We need 3 for this motherboard, don't I? Yeah, I need 3 for the motherboard, which I have, and then 1 for the graphics card. And then we're not putting any mechanical drives or DVD. There's obviously no room
in the front
for a memory card reader or a DVD drive. That's pretty common today, so no big deal there. And does this board have a USB Type-C? No, so we won't be able to use the, and again, it's still new. The case is a little ahead of its time on that, which is fine with the USB Type-C header. But gosh, that fan switch and that fan controller is so 1997. Gosh, that bothers me. And these drive cages, they stick out like this, and then another one sticks out, and another one sticks out, and there's this huge gap between them, and it looks awful, and the cable management is awful, and the whole installation process is overly complicated. Have I stressed that enough?
I thought if you said awful one more time, I was going to take a shot. All right. Shove that, or you want me to?
Yeah, you want to do this?
Okay.
Basically, I guess you could probably put this on either way. I don't think there's an up or down. Okay, so you can, I think you can put this on like this or like this. It doesn't matter.
Keyword there is think. All right.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. And so we need the screws for this. We should have some black screws that came with the power supply.
Indeed.
I'll let Mitch go and find those.
Sound effects.
AJ says, but it has good airflow for cooling the drives. Well, this is true. If you're somebody that's still living in the 90s or the early 2000s and you're still running a lot of those old unreliable mechanical drives that eat up power, they're not good for the economy, the ecology, and their failure rate is much, much higher than an SSD. They create more noise than an SSD, and they'll create more heat than an SSD. I think you would probably be better off with a NAS if you're at a home, or with a proper server if you're in a business, than to try and put a bunch of drives into a home PC, just because it's all of the nightmares. Mechanical drive failure, the more drives you have, the more likely you're going to be dealing with a failure, the more often you'll be dealing with a failure, then the more frustrated you're going to get every single time you got to undo any cable management. And I'm assuming you're doing cable management. I guess if you're not doing it, then you're just going to have a bunch of cables to untangle every time.
What size screwdriver do you need?
Just the electric one is fine. Are any of these power supply screws? No, no, no. We're missing a bag. This, you can use those screws, but the power supply came with its own, and I like those better. I swear I had some in here. Yeah, I do. Right there. You wanna do the work?
You're so good at it. All right.
You're gonna
I'll commentary. All right.
all right. Well, here. How about you come here and hold it for me, so people can see it. And then, like I said, there should be no up or down on this. It shouldn't matter. It's got a nice. There's something else I like here. It's got a foam pad. Because there's a fan in here, it can cause vibration, and so you want foam pads. See on the bottom of the case, where the power supply, there's rubber pads. They go too deep. See that? There's one all the way in the back, one here. So this power supply is cushioned on the bottom and where it's secured, so that it doesn't, start to vibrate in the case. So when BeQuiet says be quiet, they mean it.
Okay.
And I'm going to give them kudos, because they never said it was an easy to use case. They said it was a quiet case. So keep that in mind. They didn't say the system builder would be quiet while building it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and let's find out where this aligns here. Looks like we got one here. And we've got one here. Let's go this way. And then we've got one, it looks like up here. Or not. Yeah, I guess that's where that goes. And we got one right here. No. I have tightened this too much.
So there's no give. All right.
No, it's normal.
There you go.
It's normal. Okay, now you should be able to just, with the fan facing down, the way you have it, you should be able to slide it there, and I'll grab these cables and pull them through the side. I mean, that's
Beautiful.
like a glove. That's what like a glove means. That's, see, it didn't matter if we were upside down or right side up. It accommodated either design. That's well thought out. That's what I'm talking about. More of this, BeQuiet.
Kudos.
More of this type of engineering.
Is everybody having a good Friday like we are?
This isn't a bad
No.
Friday. We're doing okay.
Yeah.
Like a what?
Glove.
Like a glove. That's what I'm talking about. You'll see there's two vertical PCI Express slots there. That's if you're one of those people that wants to put your graphics card in vertically, which wouldn't make any sense on a case that doesn't have a window. But I think it's a good idea that BeQuiet offers this with a window or without. So I think they made a good marketing decision there rather than re-engineering an entirely different case design that has a window. They're using the same case design, and then you can buy the windowed version for $10 more.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'd like to see more case manufacturers make that an option instead of a requirement on some case designs. But it does mean that these would be basically pointless on a non-windowed case. And it would require you to purchase a PCI Express extending something that would plug into the board, and then it would lay down on, you have to remove these. Well, that makes sense why these come off now, because you'd have to mount the extension to something to plug the card into.
Okay.
So more than just putting the power supply in upside down, that would be another reason. This is why everything's done live, and I'm trying to figure it out as I go. Because it's a different case design, sometimes something doesn't immediately make sense to me. And sometimes it stays that way. And other times, as the build progresses, I realize why that design exists. So, all right, I still think that could have been better. But I understand it a little more justifiable.
Okay.
So now we want to lay the case on its back, and we can put the motherboard in. We've already prepped the motherboard, as I mentioned in a previous video here.
So you're going to mount the motherboard with this on and then just take it off? And,
Sure. This gives me something to hold the board.
Okay.
It's safe to hold the board by the heatsink. You don't have to wear an anti-static strap if you're not touching anything else. And then we can lay the case flat, working with gravity, set the board down in, make sure all of the standoffs are aligned with all of the mounting holes, and then secure it in place. We can bring it back upright. We can take the heat sink off.
Why don't you fire up the other camera, and I'll grab it.
Well, let me just take a quick look at dry fit here. Can you
put it this
do
way?
it the opposite way, so that you see you've got the top on the Lazy Susan, the bottom's hanging off?
Yeah.
I'd rather, if any end was going to hang off, I want that end to hang off.
So go this way?
Yeah, that's perfect. Just set it right there. Wow, you make a great little helper.
All right.
But now I'm holding the board weird. So all I want to do right now is I just want to gently set this in. You'll see the I/O shield is already built on this board, which makes the installation a little easier. Everything is black. Power supply is black. The I/O shield is black. That's a nice coincidence. I didn't do that on purpose. Huh. I might have another complaint about this motherboard. I thought I was done complaining.
We've got 1, 2, 3.
Do you see what I see? You see that mounting hole right there?
Yeah.
How do you get to it? So this mounting hole right here is covered by the heatsink. However, I think that's the mounting hole that traditionally has a post that you don't screw down anyway.
Right here.
Does it have a post on it?
This has a post right
All
here.
right, well then we should be okay. In that instance, then that's going to work if we align it. And it's a non-issue for a case that supports that. But for a different case, it means you'd have to take the M.2 heatsink and chipset fan off. It's that giant heatsink that I complained about just to get to the mounting screw. Boy, I wish I could go back to my complaining video and add that in, because I didn't notice that till now. Okay, it's seated. That's what it'll look like once I secure it down. And it turns out that's a really good pairing. That motherboard going with this case, for the reasons I've mentioned with the I.O. shield, the color of the I.O. shield, and the mounting hole that's inaccessible being covered by the M.2 heatsink. By the way, I've never seen a motherboard, an AM4 or socket 1100 or 1200 series board ever cover a mounting hole with a heatsink. I've never seen that from any motherboard manufacturer, not even from MSI. This is very different for them. The Corsair 200R also has a post that comes up through that center, so it wouldn't be a problem on the Corsair 200R either. But there are other cases made by other manufacturers where you just have the same standoff you would have through all the other mounting holes, and it requires screws to screw down. And that, again, complicates the build for no apparent reason. But yeah, for this case, we got lucky. Planet Cryo says, I'm not sure who has the better hairdo, you or Mitch. You know what? Mine's not. It's not sitting well.
I can tell you who has a better stylist.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. So you want to? They've seen us mount the board thousands of times. You want to do close-ups, or you just want to go ahead and mount it in?
Well, I can put like 2 screws in it. We can lift it up right.
Okay.
And then I can put the rest in there. How's that?
Yeah.
So I'm not sure which of these screws are the motherboard mounting screws. So I need my glasses. Look at your glasses. You've got your glasses. I'll get my glasses. And then with my glasses.
Now we look like twins.
You look like.
When I shrink down about this.
No, you know. Are you Jackie Onassis? Oh, I'm sorry.
Where are you?
I didn't have on my glasses. Without my glasses, everyone looks like Jackie Onassis. It's a real pain in the
glasses.
But what did you think I was going to say? It's family friendly.
And I must tell you, Chad, I was a very naughty Mitch last week.
Oh, and, what'd you say? You're a naughty what?
A naughty Mitch.
Oh, Mitch.
Mitch, yeah. And I did. This is the first and probably only time
Where's my hearing aid?
I did ride the motorcycle without a helmet, and I had a set of kind of motorcycle goggles. The weather was so nice, I just wanted to try it once with the wind blowing through what little hair I have left. And even though, of course, it's very dangerous, I got to admit it was kind of exhilarating with the wind in your hair. And
yes, well, cheating death is usually quite adrenaline-filled.
Goggles, but I won't do that again. I mean, it was nice once, but I've got a beautiful.
Well, thanks for letting everybody know that it worked out well for you and encouraging that behavior.
Yeah.
See, you can do it too, and you'll be just fine. Some of the worst advice ever offered from your Uncle Mitch.
As I get ready to go on the motorcycle, my first long trip on Easter Sunday.
Oh, was that Vegas?
Yep.
Nice. No. We can pick this up.
Yeah.
When I say we, I mean you.
Yeah, okay. Spread out. All right.
Got to make room for them guns.
Okay.
Where's my muscle?
Okay.
They gave us an extra standoff. I wonder what that's for.
Oh.
I better check now to see if all the standoffs are aligned before Mitch becomes Gary Busey. We got a viewer probably watching going, really? I thought the other guy might have been in a head trauma accident. Okay, I've got the 3 screws across the top. And there is a standoff there. There's one back here. That's the post I've been complaining about. There's that one. That one. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. I think we're good. So the extra standoff, sometimes motherboards have 2 along. They'll have a total of 4 along this side. It's not, it's more common in micro ATX boards. But full ATX, we don't have to change any of the standoffs here. So you rode the motorcycle without a helmet.
I did. I couldn't help myself. Well, it gave me an excuse too to wear my contact lenses, which I normally do only when I wear them only when I'm acting.
When you wear a helmet, is it a full face helmet?
Yes, because I've got.
You don't like bugs in your teeth?
Well, not only that, but on the side of the helmet, I have installed something where I can listen to music and take cell phone calls.
Oh, you kids today.
On the bike. So that's what. For us, it's going to be a 5-hour drive to Vegas for me. I'll go from Scottsdale here to Wickenburg, which ought to be about 2 hours stop for lunch, and then it's about 3.5 into Vegas. So
I'm going to do something bold.
Because you're old.
What?
What? Speak up, Sonny. Yeah.
Let's turn this around. I don't like this one bit. Not one bit. See,
so what are you going to do?
Here's what I don't like. I don't like buying something like garbage bags that I'm going to throw away. I hate that. If I wanted this, I'd go back and buy, I'd go to a junkyard and I'd find an old case that still used a fan controller. I'm taking this fan controller off.
Okay.
Just set that anywhere. And I'm going to tell you why. You want to know why?
Do I have to? All right, yeah. I want to know why.
I'm going to justify it.
Okay.
You see, I'm not putting a motherboard in here from 1997. This motherboard has plenty of fan controllers. Now, these are the 3 fans, and these are the only 3 cables I need to hook onto the motherboard. Just these 3. But you notice there's 2 additionals here. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
I got one here, which I'm trying to figure out how that comes out.
Marco says, Mitch, check out Nolan.com helmets. I will. I just didn't want to drop $800 for a helmet.
No, it's just your head.
Yeah, I know.
Can I get there's a small blue straight edge, flat edge screwdriver in there. A little tiny, oh, perfect. And that should allow me to get into this little tight spot right here. Get rid of that one. This one, I'm not quite sure how that one goes on.
But Carrie, I am looking into, it's about $680. It's kind of a vest that attaches to, you wear the vest.
Is it one of those airbag vests?
Yeah, and a thing to your motorcycle, so if you get tossed off, it puffs up and you bounce along the highway.
Well,
you know what I mean?
You're assuming it works.
Yeah, you're assuming.
And I'm going to suggest you rephrase, because otherwise I'm going to borrow that bike.
Yeah, okay. I don't know. I saw the demonstration, and they didn't show some guy flying off, but, how it puffed up.
But was it a live demonstration, or was it scripted and edited?
It was pretty polished, yeah.
Yeah.
It was scripted and edited.
Might be a reason.
The guy didn't flinch when the guy said, "Okay."
So he's done it before.
I'm gonna pull this thing, and
the guy was already in a wheelchair, though, right?
No,
before.
So.
How does this?
But I never airbags for motorcycle riders. I'm like, ooh.
I saw something on the YouTubes. I think about that.
I think it starts with a H. It's the manufacturer, something like that. So I'm like, if I'm thinking about doing that,
if only there was something we could use to search that.
If something Google, yeah, But I would like to have that if I'm truly going to do Pacific Coast Highway this summer from Los Angeles all the way up to.
Yeah, because when you go off of that cliff, make sure somebody's filming bounce, 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 bounce.
Well, no, then when I go into the ocean, then I have a life.
You'll float.
I have a life.
You'll be a buoy.
A buoy. For Bruce the shark. Ah, very chewy.
This old man is just tough and sinewy.
Yeah.
So I don't know how this one comes off. It should separate from here somehow. Yeah, one of these is a power cable, right? So this one would require a separate connector to the power supply, which is stupid because 2 of these 3 pins provide power that's coming right off of the motherboard. And it says fan rail 1 and fan rail 2. There's no reason to put these on separate rails. None of this makes any sense because it's one switch controls them all equally. So it doesn't matter how many rails they're on. You can't control one rail separately from the other one. You don't have a switch for rail 1 and a switch for rail 2. This just doesn't make any sense, Mitch. It's just illogical. Does not compute.
Oh, Bob looked it up. Heli airbag vest. Thank you, Bob. Yeah, that's exactly it. Yeah.
You know, thinking I just might start working at a florist because I thought I was done with stuff like this 20 years ago.
Yeah.
This just doesn't seem to come off.
Did we go back in a time machine? We didn't.
Well, somebody did. Somebody thought this was a good idea to add unnecessary expense to the manufacturing of the case, which requires them to then sell it at a higher price. And, you know, people are very price motivated these days. And I don't know how that comes off. That is really strange. I don't see any release mechanism on it at all. So let's do it the other way. Maybe we can, let's take the wire tie off of here. Where's this going? Where's the other end of it? Oh, all right. Well, that's the power. At least they're using a SATA connector, not a Molex connector. But again, we don't have any of these on the modular power supply. And I don't want to run one just for this because it's unnecessary. So that can go over there. I just love buying stuff that I'm not using, and that will just go into the trash. I like paying money and adding the extra work. As I thought, this is another way that you can provide power. I guess that's why that doesn't come off on this side. This would plug into one of the motherboard power headers to provide power. I guess. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it, Mitch.
Okay.
I don't like it one bit.
Well, you took it off, so there you go.
I don't like it. No, no, no. All right. So, you can have that back. It's present. Couple of screws I don't need. Mitch.
Now you need to take off that heatsink. Mm-hmm.
I was going to hook up these fans.
Okay.
On this motherboard, there are 4 fan headers on this board. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we have only 3 fans. It leaves us an extra one. Plus, there's a fan header up here for a water pump, which we're going to add. So we might as well just hook that up real quick. So we've got this rear fan right here, which they've got the cable running up. Is it long enough? Because we got to go check this out. They give us a little gap. Thank you. That's a good design. Again, I'm not just gonna beat them up. I'm gonna also point out what they did right. So that's good. And look, I can plug it right onto the motherboard. And now I don't need to use a stupid switch. We can let the technology take care of this. What am I
Take
missing?
a look. Peter Laycock.
Peter contributes 50 pounds. Says, Carrie, I believe the front panel just slides up, as other members of the community have said in the chat, but you missed it.
Can I try it? Slides
Well,
up.
I can feel the...
Oh, slides up. Oh.
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let's bring it... Do that again so we can see what you're doing. Because I'm trying to take off...
Okay. Are you
I'm
ready?
trying to... Hold on. Before you do this, I want to clarify something. We're both right. And we talked about this already in the first video we did. Remember they gave us this other panel? Do you see it?
Right.
Can you show it? Can you pick it up and bring it over here? Not can you, would you? Just that piece. Okay. And the very first part of this video that we filmed a couple weeks ago, we mentioned how this part is interchangeable, okay? This isn't the part I was trying to take off. I was trying to take off this whole piece. But yes, thank you for the correction there, because I forgot entirely that you don't have to take the whole piece off necessarily, but you still might. Let's take a look. Go ahead and show us how that comes off of there.
Up.
Okay. Okay, now we have
Soundproof material.
Nice.
Very nice.
That's
yeah.
good. Okay, so now we have access to the filter. Okay, that makes more sense.
Our bad.
And I can change the fans. Yes, I can change the fans and install. So you don't have to pull this piece off. Okay. That's all well and good, but why is it plugged in with clips? There's little plastic clips, I don't know if people can see. Just like any other front bezel, that's how you take the front bezel off, but this one won't come off. Maybe they could have used screws or something to indicate you're not supposed to remove it. So the clips suggest to me, as a system builder for 30 years, that they exist there for easy removal. You push the clips in and the bezel comes off. That's how every case I've ever worked on works. Sometimes you get clips and screws, but if they don't want this bezel removed, they typically use screws only. That's a typical industry standard. I don't know why BeQuiet did this, but it looks like what they've done here is we've got this part here. You see these edges? When you put this on, you have better airflow
Than this.
Okay, so that's why this exists. However, if you put that one back in, the uneducated will say, you got no airflow. But no, we do. It's here and it's here. And it's, you know, it's going to draw in the amount of air that it needs. So let's go ahead and take that out one more time because I didn't put the filter back. I like to make Mitch work. It's fun. You should try it sometime.
And again, got beautiful soundproofing here, very thick. And
Yeah,
nice.
so you're going to give up your soundproofing for airflow. That's pretty much going to be for every case manufacturer ever. That's just physics. So this has got two little feet on the bottom. See those little tabs?
Go right in. Yeah.
And there's two little slots. This is, you see how it indicates with positive feedback the proper orientation, and we should have some positive feedback. It should click, and we don't have any doubt that it's in. That's a good design. And thank you, Peter, and everybody in the chat for mentioning that. Because the reason I was trying to take the front bezel off, like, first of all, I forgot the centerpiece came up, even though there are pieces there and it's obvious it comes off. But my logic was, in order to get to these fans, to get to the screws, but they're screwed in from this side, and even if they weren't, if they were screwed in from the other side, or to get a radiator in there, you still don't have to take, there's no reason to ever take this front bezel off with this case. So lesson learned. Thank you, chat room, for correcting me, and my apologies to BeQuiet, except the lesson is that if I'm an experienced builder, and I am, and that's what I thought, then BeQuiet should keep that in consideration in their case design. The bezel should be screwed in to indicate there's another way. But the clips, why are there clips? There's clips, like every other front bezel. I don't understand why they did that. And I got two different messages from BeQuiet, and that is I got the clips that say you can remove it, and then I'm struggling getting it removed when you have this piece that lifts up. And I understand why you'd want to keep that, you know, you don't want to necessarily have advertising on here and, you know, or point an arrow this way up. I get that. You want to keep it nice and clean. That's fine. But I would have been looking for another solution. If this was screwed in, I would have said, well, there's probably a reason this is screwed in. And then it would have taken me to the front. But that's how, the way that, if you're not going to read the documentation, which I often don't, because these cases are all pretty much the same. Things I've learned in the past sometimes hinder me when a case manufacturer does something different from the industry standard. So being intuitive is really important, right? So like just these panels down here, they're not intuitive. This is intuitive. This right here, that's very intuitive. The way the board went in was real easy and intuitive. These cases for the hard drives are not normal, they're not intuitive, and they don't seem to be an advantage in any way, shape, or form. I don't understand it. Someone mentioned they might cool better because they're separated. That's true. That is true. How many of you, let's just take a little survey. How many of you have more than 2 mechanical hard drives in a computer you use at your home? I'm not really. How many do you have?
One machine, I think, no, I have two mechanicals and the SSD for the operating system, so.
Well, do you have a machine with more than 2 mechanicals? Because you have 4 machines, right?
Yeah, no, not two. Two's the limit.
Okay.
I don't know.
When was the last time you had a machine that had more than 2 mechanicals?
Here, we're on the show, it was Stormtrooper originally had 4.
And when did you build that computer originally?
A long time ago.
Could you estimate? 10 years?
No, it'd be 7.
7 years?
7 easy, yeah.
So it'd be right at the tail end of that.
Yeah.
Because SSDs were still
Right.
coming down in price. So, you know, the question is, who are they building this? Who's this for? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah.
I'm looking in the chat, and so far, one person says, no, 2. Greg and Doman say they have more than 2. Dougie says 0. Jason says he's got 0. Matt says not me. Zero Core says he has 2 mechanical drives. Anthony says he only has M.2 now and an external.
Well, and remember, chat, that when I built that Stormtrooper,
Reverend General Tool says 4.
Oh, I built Stormtrooper just kind of when the cloud. I love the cloud now. I mean, I know some people don't want to put, you know, all their personal stuff up there. I don't have my taxes or medical stuff in there, but I like the cloud. I mean, so that took away the need for storage, whereas
Well, and that'll be more and more as it becomes
before
faster internet and cheaper cloud
before
storage.
SSDs, I was all about, I got to have more storage. I got to have more storage. But
Doug 21's got 2. Spanky here says he's got 3 for downloads. Fly Guy 23 has 3. Terrell Cockram has 6 hard drives. Robert Taylor says he has 3. Dustin says he's got 0. Tim Too Much has 0. Nick Rabone has 1 SSD for the operating system and 1 hard drive for storage. Andrew Lipinski's only has 1. So the vast majority of people have 2 or less.
Yep.
So there's not very many people. Now here's, I'm gonna maybe regret this. For those of you who have, so those of you who answered that you have more than 2 mechanical drives, how old is the oldest mechanical drive in your system, and how old are you? I have a theory that the older the person is, the more likely they are to have more mechanical drives because they're not as quick to embrace new technology. And it could be for a couple of reasons. One may be that they're on a fixed budget and they're just trying to, make things last as long as possible. And the other may be that they don't trust it. And the other may be, you know, don't fix it if it ain't broke kind of an attitude. But I'm going to make an assumption that the vast majority of people with 3 or more mechanical drives, in other words, more than 2 mechanical drives, are probably older people.
I would say that that's correct assumption.
And that's not good or bad. It's just an observation that these things might be connected in a way for some reason.
Vladimir says, anyone have a tape drive? Boy, that's going way back.
Tape drive. Frankie B contributed $100.
Frankie B. Wow. Happy Friday to you.
Fly Guy 23 says, I'm 68 and I drive 6 to 8. Matt Powers. So anybody who's got more than 2, right? Yeah. So if you've got 3 mechanicals or more, I'm interested in what if you're over 50 years old. I guess that's what I'm getting at.
Right. Because like you hit the nail on the head in terms of price, the mechanicals are just so cheap, you know.
They are cheap.
Per when you calculate per gig.
Yeah.
I mean, but like you said, you risk it you know.
They're more likely to fail because they're mechanical.
Right.
They move.
And so.
And you know, M.2, there's no cables. You just plug it in. And they're 5 times, or more than 5 times faster. Jason Ryrick says he's 39 and dragged his feet to replace his mechanical drives, and he regrets not doing it sooner.
Yeah.
But see, at 39 and 40, 45, and again, I don't want to say everybody over age 50 is going to have more than 2. I'm saying that the majority of people, here's my theory. My theory is the majority of people who have more than 2 mechanical drives are probably also over 50 years old. And I could be wrong. But that's what I'm not saying everybody over 50 has more than 2. I'm saying that if you have more than 2,
right,
you're more than likely 50 years old or above. And that doesn't mean that you can't be 35 or 25 and have many, but I don't think you're representing the majority here.
Right.
What do we see in the chat? Is it confirming it or? Let's see. Sheri McFarland's using photography. Well, photographers use a lot of storage.
Because they're shooting
but even
raw.
then, you'd still be better off with a NAS device.
Right.
You know, with like a RAID configuration for backup purposes, local backup.
Yeah.
Or local redundancy, I should say.
Because I see photographers being nervous about putting their work in the cloud, right? If the provider you're using, you know, were to go out of business or something like that, you know.
Well, moving that much up to the cloud could get expensive and time-consuming, depending on what speed your internet is, how much data, and what you're paying for it. But it is good to get it out of the house or get it out of the building if there's a burglary or a fire. Right. Dennis Paulson said he used to have 2 floppy drives. Were they 3.5 inch or 5 1/4?
Yeah.
Because I can tell you, he's not a child.
No.
He's not a youngie.
No, I had them both, 5 1/4 and those 3.5.
I want to look here at I missed some contributions. I want to do right by my community here and give them all. Oh, that just made it worse. These are for reading, like close up.
Well, you do that while I get a drink.
Okay, on the rocks. Tom Jackson contributed $7.77. He says, keep being who you are and rock on, Mitch and Carrie. Right on. Thank you, Tom.
Thank you.
Rusty Nail, $20 contribution. He said, this is a computer case designed to be a committee. Yeah, I think you might be right on that. Thank you for that contribution. We talked about that one. Peter Laycock with another 50-pound. Oh, that one I talked about. Yep. Frankie B with a $100 contribution. Which got there?
Oh, I guess they can't see. Oh, we have a delay.
Is the can tiny or is Mitch that big?
Sound effects.
ASMR.
We'll loop,
Frankie B. No, open the can this time.
Okay.
Frankie B. Thank you for that. He says, here's a little something for the channel. It's good to see you are finally going to be done with this build. How many times have we heard that now?
Yeah.
That helicopter case was like, finally, and this one. Yeah. Hey, and I got the Xenos. I got the final part for the Xenos.
Ooh, we got to do that.
So
yeah, beautiful.
But I still have to get other computers out first.
Yep.
But then that'll be another one where they'll say, no, this is an April Fool's joke. You can't be done with that. That's the computer that'll never be done.
But you can't put that one up for sale.
No, I'm going to be keeping that one.
Yeah, so unique.
And in fact, the difficulty in getting it done was extraordinary. It'll be much easier to film upgrading it in the future because it's going to be around for many, many years.
Good.
Yeah. Let's see. Reverend John O'Toole says, my editor, he's got an editor? Oh, his editing computer has 2 M.2 drives and a 2 terabyte drive for videos, and Seagates are externals for Acronis backups. Yeah, well, I'm talking about, when I said how many of you have 2 drives, I'm referring to in the computer. I said in the computer.
Yep.
In the computer.
Yep. Are we done with this, or is there something in there that you need?
I guess we can move it out of the way. Thank you. So my thanks, of course, to Frankie. It's a very generous contribution. Peter, thank you for your generous contributions, of course. Planet Kairos and Rusty Nail and Tom Jackson. Rick Rubisett and Rockin' Rob and Samuel Ramos, Sarge Tech, Thomas Backenstow for all of his support and contributions, and Jan DeJong. Thank you guys for showing your support here for the channel. And Reverend John O'Toole, I think he likes to be called Johnny. Johnny says, can I plug in a USB drive in the DSL modem USB port for both storage? Maybe. Some like a lot of routers have USB ports to share printers, and you can plug a USB drive to like make it like a NAS to access files. But it's dependent upon which, like I know it works that way with a router, and all DSL modems are routers. They have routers. There's no such thing as just a DSL modem. They have, every DSL modem is also a router. But I haven't touched DSL in 15 or 20 years, so I don't know. I would Google or YouTube search the model of DSL modem you have along with the USB in the USB storage or shared storage.
I gave up dial-up a long time ago.
Yeah, technically DSL is still dial-up.
Yeah.
Even though it's a lot faster than 56K, but it's still it's going over copper phone wire. I keep putting these on thinking I'm going to see that clearer, and it just makes it worse. Okay, let me just look here in the chat before we go any further. Zero Core is looking forward to the Xenos build. Alvin says, do you remember when a 20 megabyte hard drive was a lot? My first hard drive was a 40 megabyte. It was on a 286-12 that turboed to 16 megahertz, not gigahertz, megahertz. And I had to use a program called Stacker so I could get 80 megabytes on it, but that's what they advertised. Ron Sprague says he's got 10 mechanical hard drives, half for backup, and he's 50. So again, it's not about how many mechanical drives you have, it's how many mechanical drives you have inside of your computer case.
Right.
I've got about 30 or 40 mechanical drives. I'm not using any of them. In fact, I've got more than that. I think I've got 60.
But 4 in one full size, full tower.
So I'm asking inside of your computer case.
Only 2. 2 mechanicals. Yeah.
I would say 2 would be the maximum.
Yeah.
So you're already getting offered 2 here at the bottom down here. You shouldn't need any of these.
No.
I don't know. It just seems. I don't get it.
Yeah.
I don't get it. It's like they couldn't make up their mind. We're going to give them the spots, but we're only going to give them 1 cage. So if you want to use the other 4 spots, you got to buy those 4 cages separately. That's like a tease.
Okay.
That's the way I see it.
All right.
You look completely disinterested.
What I'm just looking at this heat sink going.
You're still waiting for me to take that off. Okay. Killed you. Got to get back to
excitement
work. Mitch is cracking the whip over here.
Killing me. It is Friday.
All right. So yeah, we only put this heat sink on here temporarily so I could test the board. And I left it on, as I mentioned, because the board was easier for me to handle. You'll notice, normally when you work like this, you're going to have the system laying flat. Because I'm working upright, it's for you, so you can see what I'm doing. And I don't want to release the bottom, the last screw, I don't want it to be from the bottom. I want the last screw to be from the top, so I can have my hand here to support it. So it doesn't fall and go boom. Now, Mitch, this is going to lead me to another complaint. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Can you take that heat sink off without ripping the CPU out of its socket?
You could, but I would.
You want to show me how?
No, because I don't want to damage that.
By the way, this wouldn't happen on an Intel socket.
Yeah.
Or a Threadripper socket. But an AM4 socket is, again, it's an old design.
Yeah.
And the thermal compound acts like glue. And we could turn the machine on and warm it up. And that would help, but not necessarily be a guarantee that when I go to take this heat sink off, that it's going to rip it right from the CPU socket. And that's what you get when you buy AMD. That's just what comes with the package.
I have a question.
Yeah. Go ahead.
What's the meaning of life? No,
42.
On the Pure Loop, are we going to use the back plate that's currently on there, or are we going to have to take the board? So,
but that back plate's probably falling off right now.
It's close. That's why I'm asking it.
Oh, well, it can't fall off. It's got this thing here.
Oh, okay.
Right? That's going to keep it from falling out.
All right. Good. Okay.
Remember I said this is in the way? So it is in the way.
Okay.
Yeah, it's definitely in the way. So that's going to have to come off. Probably just leave it off too. So again, I don't understand the logic behind deciding to include this but not include these. It just doesn't, it seems very random to me. It's very strange. Okay, so
how do you take that off?
I'm probably going to rip the CPU out of socket.
Is there a way to just finesse? I mean, gentle?
You know, if I really gave a damn, probably.
Okay. Steady, no.
You kind of, see, I can kind of twist it, try and loosen it.
The paste.
What I'm doing is I'm twisting this way and this way while I'm pulling at the same time. So it's a pull and twist. And I rip the CPU right out of the socket. There's no damage.
No.
There's no damage. It's not good for the socket. But you obviously can't lift that lever up on the socket. This only happens on AMD CPUs.
So then how do you get
on
that
modern.
How do you get that CPU off of the
Well, do you have a straight edge screwdriver in there? Preferably a wider straight edge. Should be like a yellow handled one. That's perfect. Can you see in the monitor, Mitch?
I'll have to get out of the way because it's trying to focus on me, as it should. But steady now.
All right. Okay, so this, but can you see the monitor?
Yeah. Very exciting.
There's a little ridge.
Oh.
And I'm going to twist the screwdriver.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I see it.
It's broken free. I'm going to pick it up by its edges.
And that'll need to be cleaned.
Yeah.
But you can put
I can set it back on there now.
Yeah. Well, you could in theory put the chip in the motherboard.
I want to clean it first.
Lock it down and then clean it.
And then clean it. Yeah.
But it's if you want to do it, I'll get you the alcohol and the Q-tip.
Yeah, get me the alcohol.
I could use the alcohol.
Steve Oldfield contributes $25. He says, when I built my machine 8 years ago, the motherboard came with a mini SATA slot. I put a 500 gig drive in and I just upgraded to a 1 terabyte mini SATA a week ago. The 500 gig drive is now connected externally via USB. So I'm talking about recycling at its best. I'm still going to get this all over my hand, just holding it like this, as carefully as I am.
You want a glove?
No. No, I need a paper towel. Could you grab me a, please?
Yuck.
Just want to get the bulk of it off of there. I just want to be careful. I don't want to get the thermal compound on any of the pins because it'll interfere with their connectivity. Just find a clean spot there. Thank you. Achoo. All right. So this should go in this way. And once again, you would be doing this laying flat, so it'll just seat in.
But Kerry's a professional.
Well,
or so he says. All
that's
right.
what I claim. Don't believe everything. And just from that, as careful as I was, Look how much of that got all over me.
So you go wash your hands, and I shall.
Well, washing them isn't going to get it off. Here's a paper towel for you if you want to wipe down the heatsink,
Okay.
because we'll put that back in inventory. Thank you, Mitch.
Gotcha.
And then you're going to... Yeah, look at what happens. Watch what happens. See how it stays on?
Use gasoline.
Acetone.
Unleaded. 92.
At $3.15 a gallon?
93. Is it $3.15 now?
So we're mostly $3.09 everywhere right now. Costco is $2.95.
Yeah, I thought I paid $2.99 at Costco.
No, you know what? I think I paid more than $2.95. I think I paid $2.97.
Yeah. But you use premium.
No. Oh. No, the Mustang is pretty happy with unleaded, regular unleaded.
Oh, okay.
I don't have one of those European cars.
Okay.
And then, did you do that?
No, not yet.
Let's see you. You're too low. So you got to work for the camera, man. Do it like that. Do it like this. Hold it like that, and then go like that.
I don't want to. All right. All right.
See, this is why good harp is hard to find.
Your hands are already squishy. All right. Sound effect. Beautiful. Now Q-tip. That one's clean.
That one's clean. You keep that one.
Okay.
All right. Now I'll go wash my hands and see what I can do. Here, entertain the troops for me.
Okay. All right. Let me clean this off. So where is everybody watching from? Show me in chat while I clean off this heatsink beautiful. Ah, got a lot of schmutz on there. All right. Okay. Let's see. Well, I will tell you, I am enjoying riding the motorcycle, driving around, and didn't think I'd like it as much as I did, but I do. And it's nice. And if you're curious, I think I've told this in other ones, I got a 2014 Suzuki MR109 that only had 10,000 miles on it, and I knew the guy had 3 other motorcycles, and I saw how meticulous he was keeping his bikes. And I'm only going to drive 2 years, and then he wants it back. And so I said, I'll sell it back to you in 2 years, but you have to promise that for these 2 years that I'm riding, that you are going to do the maintenance, oil changes and such. And he said, it's a deal. And he only lives like 5 minutes from me. And so, yeah, just 2 years of fun, and then that's good enough. That's clean as a hound's tooth. All right. Now let's see if I can do the CPU. Somebody's from Michigan, as Carrie and I.
Michigan?
Michigan.
I like them already.
Yeah, no, that's Michigan. All right, so.
Michigan? It's Michigan.
Right. Can I clean the CPU, huh?
I don't know, can you?
All right. Here I go.
I don't know what you can do.
Okay.
I don't know what you're capable of.
All right.
Believe in yourself.
Yeah.
Have some faith. Running out of Coke. Coca-Cola.
We'll go get some more.
You just trying to get rid of me?
Okay. I didn't mean now. All right. So, where else did it go? Finland and Evergreen State and Dallas. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in on this Friday or Saturday or wherever you're watching from. And I'm still getting stuff compound, so how about one more? And that ought to do it.
Some Facebook messages.
Yeah, Carrie's easily amused. Why don't you check my work? Not really, but all right. And see.
Sheri McFarland says she's going to make me a new PC build thumbnail. They're laughing at the motherboard in the pic because it has a parallel port on it. I'm old school. Emails. Let's see. FedEx shipment is on its way. Okay. PayPal. Oh, here we go.
That's pretty clean.
Yeah, you do good work. Robert Radigan sent you $20. And he says, howdy, Carrie, for the cause. Glad to do my part for you and the channel. I just ordered parts for my to upgrade my main computer from an old AM3 Plus AMD CPU and motherboard to an Intel Core i7-10700K CPU and a new Gigabyte Z590 motherboard. Parts are expected in the next few hours while I watch your current BeQuiet build with Mitch. I'll let you know how the build turns out. I would have never tried building my own PCs if it weren't for you and your fantastic channel. Thank you and take care, Rock and Rob. It's very kind of you, Rock and Rob. Be sure and check out Gamers Nexus channel with regards to these new, specifically Gigabyte Z, the 590 boards. Okay. Apparently they're overvolting the CPUs to get better reviews. And it's not ideal. You have to go in and manually set the number to 56 on the in the BIOS under. Oh, I can't think of the setting now. And you don't have to do that, I think, with Asus, but you have to do it. Well, you don't have to do it, but if you want your chip to run cooler and potentially last longer, that's unfortunate that Gigabyte's playing that game. But Gamers Nexus explains it really well. Okay, Mohammed also sent me his mailing address, so that computer that's in a box, I can ship that out on Monday. And then I talked with Jeff in Illinois. His computer is going to get ready to ship out on Monday.
Little Red. Yeah.
And then Thomas Backenstow's computer, I haven't touched it, and I got to get that finished. So those three have to go out next week.
Well, thank you for those PayPal contributions.
Yeah,
as always. And then, as Carrie mentions, from time to time, you can always contribute a Amazon gift card if you so desire. I don't like my hair. All right, so.
Well, I didn't want to say anything.
Okay.
This is Sheri just sent this as the thumbnail. Your hair looks fine. What are you talking about?
Oh, check my CPU work. All right. Make sure it's clean.
I'm trying to figure out the difference between the two photos she sent. Oh. I feel like this is one of those games where you have to compare the two photos. They look exactly the same. Thank you, Sheri.
Well, you're Waldo anyway.
I'm Waldo.
Where's Waldo? You compare the pictures. What's different about this?
You never had that in the newspaper?
That was in the newspaper. Check my work.
Remember newspapers?
Yeah. What's wrong with this?
Find at least 13 differences between these two photos. Yeah. And it'd be something stupid like, you know, the lettuce in the background has 7 leaves and the other one has 8 leaves.
The dog had a bow tie on.
Yeah, but usually that stuff's obvious. There was like real subtle, the shoelaces are tied differently on the left foot.
Yeah.
So I'm going to inspect your work here on the CPU. Is that what I'm doing? Mm-hmm. Let's let the viewers inspect your work.
Oh, I'd rather.
Boy, this camera is right up against the monitor, so it keeps pushing back.
You can read the writing. Read the writing. You can see that's good English. You can see the writing.
Writing?
Writing, yeah.
It's the 3 R's. Reading,
writing, and arithmetic.
And arithmetic, that's right. Okay. Well, I'll tell you, Mitch, the only thing that I would improve on are the edges. Okay. You want to see?
Yeah.
Up here, there's like a ledge. And it goes all the way around. And do you see the...
How do you like them apples? I get out of the way so it doesn't focus.
No,
on
it's
me.
not going to focus on you.
Oh, okay.
I'm trying to get it to focus on the.
Oh,
See how much came off?
yeah.
And I didn't even make it around all 4 edges yet.
Okay. He's just showing off. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's how you know how nerdy I am.
All right.
Look at my heatsink compound. Jealous.
Okay.
All right, and I'm not done. That's the bulk of it. Now I got to get the remainder.
Oh.
That was the mass. Now you see we get back to arithmetic. We got the mass, and now we'll do the remainder. So one more time along the edges here. There's going to be a lot. This isn't critical, by the way. Okay, but this is why some people choose to have me build them a computer, because I care about this stuff. Other builders don't care. They just slap it on there. It doesn't really matter. This is more of a personal pride issue than it is a technical issue. And some people see value in that, which makes me happy that I'm not alone. And this normally wouldn't have been like this, right? The whole situation arose from having a motherboard that was supposed to be new. Otherwise, we wouldn't be doing all of this right now.
Is that it? You're done?
I'm going to do one more.
One more? Pass.
But I got stuff on my fingers again after I just washed my hands. And like I said, it just doesn't want to come off. We're going to give it one more. Again, not for technical reasons. This is just personal pride. What's left of it?
He's crazy.
Did you hear them? Do you hear the people talking, Mitch?
I have ESP. All right.
They're talking to me, Mitch. I hear them.
Who said that? Leave me alone.
See, it's still, this is still coming out.
Yeah.
Still, I'm going to keep doing this until this comes out relatively clean. It'll never be perfect.
It's your fault.
I saw a meme.
Yeah.
It said, man sticks Q-tip too far in his ear and resets himself to factory settings.
Oh, okay. Don't try that at home.
Probably don't want to use that end of the Q-tip now. Oh, jeez. I can't hold my alcohol. Spilled a little of it here. Well, that'll just be a clean spot on the floor.
Okay. And what does that CPU go for? Any idea?
A Ryzen 3950x,
Yeah.
if you can find one for sale. I don't know. What's the chat room say? I don't know the going price. I bought that 6 months ago.
And that does
And
not
that Q-tip's still coming out dirty, so I'm going to keep going.
And that does not have integrated graphics.
No integrated graphics and no heatsink.
Okay. Just the chip. Yeah.
Just the chip.
Chat? Bueller? Anyone?
There's a little delay.
Good chip though, right?
Nothing wrong with the chip. The
Yeah.
problem is the socket and the motherboard and RAM compatibility problems, this motherboard design. But the chip by itself without a motherboard isn't very useful, right? So it's sort of like you have a great set of tires, but the car is crap. Remember when Ford Explorers were flipping over? And it was a big issue with Ford?
Yeah.
But it had nothing to do with the Ford Explorer. It had to do with the tires. But those were the tires that Ford decided to put on the car. But Ford didn't make those tires. Firestone did.
Okay.
So when people go, well, I won't buy a Ford because they flip, it's sort of like me saying I'm not going to buy AMD because I don't like the motherboards. But the problem isn't the chip. Just like the problem wasn't the car. The problem was the tires. But tires aren't much good without a car, though. The CPU is not much good without a motherboard. So when I say I'm mad at AMD, I'm mad at the platform, not at the chip, not at the manufacturer. Although the manufacturer does bear some responsibility to enforcing, putting rules into the platform. So me complaining about it doesn't change anything. I don't know anybody gets upset about it. It's not like, well, because I said it, now I've ruined it for everybody because you don't agree with me. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I say. It's not changing anything.
And
Now I want to bring this down a little bit because what I had started to do before I was so rudely interrupted. No, see, Mitch is still moving forward.
Oh.
I want to hook those other two fans up.
Gotcha.
That's what I was starting to do. See, I hooked up the rear fan already down here, but I've got 3 more fan headers. I only have 2 more fans. And what I wanted to do real quickly, because normally I don't worry about this stuff this early on, but I just want to get it out of the way. Oh, I see what they did here. So we're going to come down. We should be able to come up here. Somewhere. Then we'll just slide that one over. Now please plug that one into the next fan header. And when you do that, I'll grab the next one and feed it over.
The next fan header. Gotcha. Put this 3-pin on a 4-pin.
Yes.
I need light.
Aziz.
Light. And it's got the little, what do you call that thing? That you can't slide it on except on because it's got a little guide to it there. So you do that.
Yeah, it's got
The thing.
great big fangs.
The thingamajig on it.
Oh, it's a cute little bunny. Let's see what Mitch is doing.
Yeah. I got it.
Okay.
And what's this one on the next one?
Yep. Just boom, 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 right in a row. And this is obviously the switch right here. This right here would be the fan controller switch. I'm just gonna wire tie this thing up.
Well, because we're doing this, should we do the front end and the umbilicals, or we're kind of doing this backwards, but
Yeah, we could. Why not?
why not?
Let me get this out of the way though. It's bugging me. Really bugging me. Boy, it made me feel like I was 30 years old again doing that. Should send a thank you to BeQuiet. All right, where's the USB 3? Let's you and I trade places.
Okay.
Where's the USB 3 on this? Down here at. Oh, oh. I just stuck my finger right onto the post, and it went right underneath my fingernail. Okay, so we could come in. See, it's going to be too big to fit.
Got a grommet
No,
here.
wait a minute. Maybe I can.
Maybe. Maybe. I don't think so.
Well, that's what this grommet's for, but it's just not going to look as pretty. I really would like to get it. Be quiet. All you had to do was give me a little more space, man.
I don't think you're gonna.
I feel another complaint coming on. I don't know if I can fight it.
I don't think you're gonna be able to push that low enough. So, like the movie Frozen, let it go. All right.
Yeah. Wiser words have not been said. Okay, what else you got back there, Mitch? What's this? Oh, this is that USB Type-C header. Guess what?
Okay, yeah.
That can also get tied up right here.
Metal tie, or you want a zip tie?
Not the metal ties. In fact, I can just use this one. I'll tie them both up together. This is not permanent. This is just like a hair braid. What do you call that thing you put in your hair to hold it back, to temporarily, like a clip or scrunchie?
Scrunchie.
It's kind of like a little scrunchie. It's just there just for temporary hold it in place. And then this should be our front port audio header. And that should be in the bottom left corner. We should be able to get at it like that. Is that coming through?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hit me in the chin. All right.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's funny when I hit him, just not in the face, because that's his moneymaker.
Yeah, so.
All right, that's pretty good. We got what? Just the front port switches, right? The panels, the power switch, reset switch, power LED, and that we should be able to fit.
That'll go under the doodad, yeah.
The doodad?
Yeah, under the shroud. Mm-hmm.
Everybody knows it's a whatchamacallit. I wish you wouldn't mangle the technology terms.
I got them. All right.
The big words, the jargon.
So now you spin it and you hook them up. Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez, when did you get to be the boss? Okay.
Light? Mm-hmm.
No, I don't need a light. I could do this blindfolded.
Famous last words. I don't need a light. I want to go see, while you're doing that, there's a movie that opens today in the theaters called either Nobody or
Nobody
Mr.
with Bob Odenkirk?
Yeah, or Mr. Nobody, and I'm like, I want to go see that. So
isn't it available to stream it?
I don't think so. I think it said in theaters only.
What?
And Rotten Tomatoes gave it a pretty good.
It's a very unusual. Give me back the kitty bracelets.
And the guy that wrote John Wick wrote the script for this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So.
Is his name Bob Odenkirk?
Bob Odenkirk.
There was a comedian I saw on the comedy circuit back in the 90s, and his name was, I thought his name was Steve Odenkirk.
Hmm.
And he had this really offbeat sense of humor where he'd be like, oh, I'm sorry, I got to bring my baby with me. And he's like cradling this baby. You hear it like, and he's like, easy now, easy. And he's like, the baby's, okay, go to sleep. And obviously it's a doll. It's kind of shocking. And everybody's like, what? And he'd say, I want you to remember my name, because, there's a lot of comedians. Mm-hmm. And so throughout the show, there'll be this subliminal message, and you hear Odenkirk, 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 Odenkirk. So I wonder if they're brothers.
Or maybe it was him.
I don't think it was Bob. It could have been. This guy was off his rock. Right. You think I'm crazy?
Yeah.
This guy was like, I love this guy. Yeah. I don't know whatever happened to him. Steve Odenkirk, I want to say his name was Steve Odenkirk. I always wondered if they were related, because it's not how many Odekirks do you know?
That's quite unusual, yeah.
Let's run the big CPU power connector up to the board. You're supposed to keep me from these squirrels. You're not doing your job.
Well, I think maybe Sunday I'll go see it. So
Sunday you'll go see Nobody?
Yeah.
Do I want to run the cable in front of these, or do I want to run the cable behind these? Let's see. Boy, I don't. Do you have a preference? What do you think? It looks like crap either way. I just don't know, Mitch.
Yeah, such a nice grommet right there, yeah.
Do I want to run this one behind it? Yeah, I guess I do.
Isn't this exciting, Chet?
So there's a fan header up here.
Okay.
That's for an all-in-one pump, and there's a fan header here. That's the CPU fan header.
Okay.
Then the 4 CPU fan headers here. We've got the back one here. This one is the bottom one, and the far one is the top one.
Gotcha.
So the logic there.
Okay.
It wasn't just plugging them in randomly.
Okay.
So method to my madness.
All right.
I prefer the word madness to crazy.
Okay.
Don't ever call me crazy. That's from a movie?
Yeah, that's for our CPU and then our graphics.
Yeah, we've got two. This one has an 8-pin and a 4-pin CPU header, and this power supply gives us that. Not every power supply does.
Okay.
These are going to go in from the top.
This says CPU too.
Yeah, we're using half of one of them, if I can get it rotated correctly. And then if you can, are we crossing the streams? No, good. I don't want the cables to intertwine with each other, so to make the cable management easier. Now, this case is super easy to get your hands up in here to plug all that in, because we haven't installed the liquid cooler yet, which would hang down and it would get in our, potentially might get in our way. So we're looking good here, man. This is starting to look like a computer now. And then all these extra, all the slack we would, you know, when we're done, we'll push all that through.
Right.
And then that'll be a nice clean look, even though, remember, there's no case window.
Right.
So I guess we can work on the liquid cooler install. Let me think, how does that go in? It looks like we have some screws up here. 1, 2, 3, 4. I wonder if I have to take all those out. It's looking like I do. Will you hand me the red saber? Thank you. These are a different screw type. I wonder if there's a reason for that. I'm going to start by taking out the ones on the edges and then just turn it so I can see the back. I'll take these two out up here. This is another, are these different? No, they're the same. Okay. Okay. Are there any up front? Go ahead and lift this front off here for me, if you would, please. Nothing up front. Does it slide forward, maybe? How does this come off? Aha. Okay, go ahead and put the front back in there for me. So I was right. I was still right. So those two screws did have to come out. Those two screws had to come out. But the screws in the middle, oh, that's interesting. It's on like a weird spring thingy. What's that for?
Don't get too technical.
Look at that. What's that do?
It's a thingy.
Yeah, but who's that for? What's it do? What does that do? Anybody in the chat, can you explain what this is for? I've never seen this before. I have installed a lot of radiators in my time and never once that I need little springy things to go back and forth to do it. Can anybody explain to me what this is for? I wonder if there's some proprietary design of the cooler that allows it to snap in.
We'll find out in just a moment.
Then this piece on top is riveted in. See, that makes it real clear not to take it out. Oh no, it's not riveted in, is it? It is not. Here, look at this. Here, take that. You see that screw right here? And this one right here? Now that's going to slide out. Remember, I'm doing this without documentation. I don't know anything about this case. This is called intuitive design. This is a good design from BeQuiet. I like how they did this. That's obvious, it's clear, and the rivets I was referring to are in the frame itself on the opposite side, which indicates not to take screws out from that side.
So you can install a cooler on that?
Well, the fans,
right?
I think. No, the cooler. Well,
we'll find out.
Maybe. I don't know. Let me just set this back in so I can picture the way it looked. Did it go this way or did it go this way? I'm not even sure anymore. I wasn't paying attention. It went that way. Because this, was that ridge up or down? No, it goes this way. Right. So this is not intuitive. See what I'm saying? There's nothing preventing me from putting it in the wrong way, except that this the mounting holes won't line up. Thank you. So the cutout is where these are metals bending down. It doesn't bend up. Having a problem on that side. Okay. All right. Can we unbox the cooler?
Sure.
Let's do that, and let me adjust the camera. Let's see, we go a little more that way, a little bit up, because somebody's got to be taller than everybody else. Drone Shot says he's been to Meyer and back, and I'm still not done. You know he's from Michigan because he's calling it Myers, when we all know it's Meyer.
Go ahead and cut that.
Yes, please. Mitch has got a knife, so you got to stand 6 feet away.
Probably just the one side. I don't need to do both sides, you think?
No, you're probably gonna have to do both. Well, I don't know. It depends. Does the box open from the side or does the box open from the front? Opens from the side. Okay. Well, I guess you're okay. So this is the Pure Loop 360 millimeter cooler. They don't really get much bigger than this. The bigger the radiator, the more aggressive the cooling. Then they typically have this like egg carton style of packaging. Most manufacturers of all-in-one coolers all use the same kind of packaging, which is kind of weird. We've got the liquid cooler's already filled. However, this is the radiator and the pump. They're all filled and sealed. But BeQuiet gives you extra coolant. I don't know why. I guess it's a thing. We shouldn't need it anytime soon. Maybe in a year or two if it starts to evaporate. Then we've got our 3 fans. These fans will be, what size, Mitch? Are these 120s or 140s?
120s.
How do you know they're 120s?
Because they're small.
Okay, but it also 3 times 120 is what?
360.
And what is this cooler?
360.
There we go. And that was today's math lesson.
That's it.
Okay.
All right.
And then here we've got some parts in a box. My eye.
Okay.
And this it's square.
Is the radiator. Yeah. Okay.
My head.
Okay.
Now here's something that BeQuiet did, and I'm on the fence about this. What do you guys think about moving the pump in line with the hoses instead of down into the water block? This is on traditional designs. This is in here. But BeQuiet, for some reason, and again, I'm not quite sure why BeQuiet does some of the things they do. Sometimes I think they do it just because nobody else is doing it. Like, that seems to be the reasoning behind a lot of stuff. Like, it doesn't seem to make any sense. We just want to be different. Can anybody tell me if there's any benefit? Because I think it's not attractive to have this lump here. However, it might be because that's what I was told. And then there's a little sticker on the bottom that we want to remove that sticker before we mount the block because it's keeping this area clean. So now the trick is, how does this install? You see that screw right there? That's going to be your fill area. That you would take that out to fill So this has got to go this way. And where's that top piece at?
Right here.
No, no, not that piece. The piece that was above it.
Right here.
I'm going to try and figure this out.
Don't hurt yourself. All right.
Well, it's too late for that now.
Okay.
Well, whatever that moves back and forth for, it's way bigger than the radiator. This is clearly just a cover. Nothing secures to this. We don't need this. And this would typically go to the right, typically, and it would secure, and then we could put the fans either, you know, right here. We could put the fans up here, or we could put the fans under. So traditionally when you watch me do this, I put the fans underneath and I blow air through the radiator and out the top of the case. Take a vote in the chat room. Should the fans go below the radiator, blowing air out, above the radiator, blowing air out, or above the radiator, blowing air in? Because it looks like we have enough room to put the fans up here.
And then that top will fit with those fans, you think?
Grab one of the fans.
Okay.
That's a really weird design, though. I'm not a fan. Yeah, just set it up there.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah.
Yeah, it looks stupid, though.
Yeah.
Plus, we got the cables. So by running the fans underneath, the
I'm
cables.
always underneath, you know.
Okay, so here's what I would like you to do. I would like you
You want to mount that now?
I want you to do it.
With these?
No. So the long screws are going to go through the fans and into the radiator. There should be some short screws to go right into the radiator from this piece. Real short ones. Are they in here with the big ones?
I don't think.
Yeah, they are.
Oh.
So we'll need some skizzers. Definitely going to need the red screwdriver.
Are the scissors in here?
Yeah, there's like 2 pairs of scissors in there. Big pair and a little pair. Thank you. Let me just try something. Let me show you something. We'll go to one corner first. Not tight, just get it started. We'll go to the other corner. Okay, now the reason I'm doing that is now the radiator can be held in place and we can see how the radiator fits into this bracket. There goes the fans. And you can see it slides, where am I? It slides left and right. Gotcha. Through these slots. And so before I tighten it down, there might be a reason why that slides that way. It may be just for looks or it may be for clearance issues. So we can slide this back in to just kind of dry fit, what I call a dry fit, before we put any more screws in, and take a look at. So if we go too far this way, we're going to hit these fans. Looking for some feedback from the chat room as I stall for a couple minutes. I'm going to come right back.
I've never built with an all-in-one. I'm all about the fans. I like fans. 120s, 140s. no liquid in any of my builds, my 4 builds, all fans, all Noctua. I'll give them a plug. They move the air and very, very quiet. So, yeah, should the fans blow out the top or draw the air into the case, and then we got the 2 front fans, you know, blowing air through, and then the rear one, of course. So we shall have to see. This is interesting to me because, yeah, I've never had a all-in-one cooler, so we'll see. Quite exciting. And what do we got here? Oh, we got the BeQuiet documentation right there. Let's see if there's anything here that's exciting. No.
Hey.
No. The manual?
Are you cheating? You're reading the walkthrough?
Okay.
What's the manual say?
It just kind of.
It's okay if you do it.
It just kind of shows them below the radiator.
The radiator?
Yeah, the radiator.
But does it show what direction the fans are turning, which way the air is moving? Pushing it through or pulling it through?
No. I was just saying, because you've got 2 nice 140s here, and so the airflow is going to be going this way.
It is.
Wouldn't you want then the air to be these to be pulling down into the case, and then everything's out the back here? No, you want to push it out.
My preference is to evacuate the hot air from the case, not to bring cold air in from outside and have these 2 different air streams, cold air hit. You're making an assumption that this one blowing this way is going to overpower this one going down. But who's to say this one going down isn't going to push this airflow further down away from this fan and decrease our
which
airflow?
It probably will, because there
you got
are
three of them,
right? Up there.
So I'd say let's pull the air out.
Okay.
And even that could interfere with the airflow moving in this direction. It'll start going out this way. But that's where we want. We want air going out from the top or the back.
Okay.
And the top and the back is acceptable when you have a liquid cooler, but the back one, really, you don't need to have the back one when you're running. This back one could be removed. Yeah. Because if you have a system like this.
Matt says push air through the radiator.
Yes. Well, but I think you'll find if you pull air through it, again, if you run the tests, I don't think it's more than a couple of degrees in most cases. And the same true with this rear fan. If we get rid of the rear fan and we just use these as exhaust fans, I don't think there'll be any difference at all in the cooling. If anything, it could possibly be better. I know that shocks people. A lot of people think that more fans is better. I feel like the neighbor on that show, Tool Time, Wilson. Yeah. Not the soccer ball. That's a different one.
Switch spots.
I'm going to step to the other. I'm going to step to the front where people can see me. Front of the line. All right, so I dropped these fans. I guess I'll pick them up. All right. Okay, so I guess that's going to be okay. And then this is going to go on. So the BeQuiet logo will be straight up and down. See, if I would have put this on the other way, if I flip this with these hoses coming out this side, then the BeQuiet logo would be upside down. Or I'd have to like cross it over the top of the BeQuiet logo, which would cover it up. So this typically the hoses coming down from the right indicate the correct orientation, but you'll always know when you're putting the cooler on. And I'm assuming the cooler's going to bracket on this way. We haven't gotten to that part yet because I want to figure out, like I said, the left and right orientation here. It kind of feels like it needs to go kind of in the middle. Okay. I'd say right about there. And then to secure that, I'll just tighten down the 2 screws. I actually only need to tighten one of them. And that'll prevent it from moving. Oh, it slid, didn't it? Yep. I think think that's gonna be, so I'm keeping it, what I'm watching for is my distance here.
Right.
I know I'm gonna have a fan hanging here and I don't want it to interfere with this fan. So I'm not too far to that side and I'm not too far to this side. Not that these, if this overlapped, if the fan here was over this fan, that's not terrible. It's just not gonna get as much airflow, that's all. And it makes that spot really narrow if I wanna do anything with my hands up in here. Well, that's gonna be hard anyway because the fan's gonna be hanging down.
But if we had to, we could remove this fan.
We could remove that.
Because like you said,
That's true.
You're going to be...
Yeah, that's super easy.
Yeah, so...
Barely an inconvenience. So the reason why there's screws here, as I mentioned, you can flip this whole tray around.
Yeah.
So that this would be down here, and this I/O shield then would be up here. So these screws come out so you can flip this.
Okay.
If you wanted to invert your motherboard. Because some people do that. People that like to work harder than they need to. Maybe they're going for a certain look, I don't know. Okay, so we know that the part with these holes, that's the side that's gonna go towards the back of the case, so we want all our fan cables to go out that way. So when we're putting our fans in, you know what, I wanna make sure this doesn't move on me. Just go ahead and put some more screws down in here. Can you hold that right there for me? Or should I say, would you hold that there for me? We should have a bunch more of these little screws because it's going to take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 per side. 7? No, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, that's not quite lined up. That's another thing that can help you decide where this is going to go. Can you slide this just a little right there? I was close by eyeballing it.
Count some more again, I like it.
Okay.
3, 4, 5.
Well, let's do it again.
Oh,
Should be 6 per side. 1. Glasses.
Dos. 2. Tres. Cuatro. Cinco. Seis. Siete.
No, we'll start at 1 again.
Oh, 1. A 2. A 3. 4.
That is 6. That's 6 licks to the center of the Tootsie Pop. Now let's flip it the other way. Now, here, hold my pump. This 120mm fan, I'm gonna need that. Got a little tape around here. Am I filming everything? Yeah, okay. This, we want this cable to come out towards me. So we could do it either way here. Either way is going to work. And this part with the bracket, this is the side air is getting pushed in this direct towards. See when I spin the fan, you see how that doesn't move? The center doesn't move. On this side, you see how the BeQuiet spins? That's the side pulling air in. So that's the side we want to pull air in. This is the bottom of the heatsink. This is going to be flipped upside down. So you got to work kind of backwards. So this is the top of the case at the bottom of the desk. And these holes here towards, nobody can see it. So these holes down here, these are going to the back of the case, and this is the top of the case. So everything is upside down and backwards. So when you're putting it together, you got to picture it in your head. I like to have the cables come out close together as possible. Do you know why there's 6 screws that hold the radiator in on each side?
I do not.
Well, how many screws does each fan take on each side?
2.
And how many fans are there?
3.
And 3 times 2 is
7.
32.
Yeah.
Make sense now?
It does.
Because they don't know which side of the radiator you're going to mount the fans to, or whether or not you're going to sandwich the fans between the radiator and the support that you're plugging it into or screwing it down to. And so that way you have 6 screws on each side on both sides of the radiator. I like, keep the door closed. I like when things are logical and make sense. I'm going to do opposite corners on each one of these fans to get them aligned. You'll see I'm not tightening the screws down, I'm only getting them started. Be careful with an electric driver on a radiator. It's very soft metal. This has a very light clutch setting on it so that I don't overpower the screws and strip out the radiator, because that would make for a bad day. It'd be a very bad day. See that? I kind of went into the fins on that one. Got to be careful.
Yeah, don't do that.
But I didn't push down very hard. Now, let's see if we can finish these off here.
Oh, they give you 1 extra?
No. If I did everything correctly, this should just align and slide in like butter. I'm going to hand you these fan cables. And let's put that side in. I'm not even close. Okay. You can let those go. This is an unusual design. Where did the fans plug in? Do I need a fan controller? What's that?
Looks like a fan.
Oh.
They're splitters.
Okay. Well, I guess if I kept the fan controller in, I could have used that instead of this. Well, this is fine. This still will allow the motherboard to control it.
Okay.
So what this is going to be power to the pump, right? Or not? No, it's a 3-pin. Okay, so here's what BeQuiet wants you to do. BeQuiet wants you to use the SATA power to power the pump, which again would be great if you had an old motherboard. But a modern motherboard is going to give you a fan header right up here, and this is for an all-in-one pump. It's even labeled as such, okay? And that means less power cables from the power supply, less cable management. Then they've given us this fan splitter. This will take a fan header off the motherboard. Well, in this case, we'll use the CPU fan header, and it will feed to 3 additional fans. But if you look inside these connectors, Mitch, I'm going to line them all up so you can look inside. Can you tell me the difference between them? One is unlike the others. Can you see? Can you see?
Is one a 4 and there are 2 3s?
2 have 4. You are correct. 2 have 3 pins, and one has 4 pins. Do you know why?
Where does the one with a 4-pin would go?
Let's see if I can show everybody. This is on NZXT's coolers. This is on a lot of different coolers. And I want you to look inside. Can you see the missing pin?
Yeah.
Okay. So the one on top, that one's going to send the fan signal back to the motherboard with regards to its rotation speed.
Okay.
It doesn't want to confuse the board, and it's unnecessary to send from these two. So whatever this one does, these two are going to duplicate it. So if the fan connected to this one dies, it'll say all 3 of your fans are at 0 RPM, which will be wrong. If you try to, like let's say we only use 2 fans and we plug into here, it'd say no fan is detected.
Okay.
You have to use your first fan, whatever your main fan is going to be. Like let's say we had 5 of these.
Okay.
It's important we use the one with 4 pins, and then the rest don't matter which ones we use. The one with 4 pins is the master connector that's going to determine fan rotation speed off one fan, and then the signal is split so that they all spin the same speed based on what that one fan is reporting back to the board.
Okay.
Does that make any sense?
Yep.
And so what we can do is just plug this onto the CPU header back here, and I can feed these through to you. I like how short they made this cable. It's going to be a nice, clean install. You got it?
Yep.
Just hold on to it if you would, please. And I'm going to plug that in. Right there. How's that look? Now let's spin this around real quick. And I'm going to take these 3 fans. And again, it doesn't really matter, apart from thinking of cable management. I'll make the one closest to the front of the case the main one. And then I'll put the second fan on the second one. And I'll put the third fan on the third one. How's that for? How crazy am I now? Still crazy?
Yeah, after all these years.
Okay, so there's a little cable management we'll have to do. Now there's 2 screws, so we don't. This will just come right out, right? This is a great design, by the way.
Okay.
So while I've been hammering on, what does this do? Oh, I know what that's for now. These little buttons are what you use to release the panels.
Yeah, both sides.
So on that lid, I said, what are these things on the springs? Those are the pieces the panels click into.
Gotcha.
And then when you push this, it pushes the spring, and then the panel is loose. See? Everything is starting to make sense. Be careful. It's starting to make sense.
Okay.
Or you're becoming crazy too. It's very contagious.
Dollars and cents. Okay.
Go ahead and hold that back for me, would you? Make yourself useful, would you, kid?
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Ooh, we got a donation. Take a look-see.
$20 from AC's Drafting. Thank you. That's from AA Ron.
Oh.
Thank you, AA Ron. Contributes $20. He done messed up now.
Okay.
Okay. So the lid, where's the top? We got to put the top back on. That's it. Now, look at the top. How are we going to get airflow through here? We want this to blow air out. Now, they also give us, BeQuiet gives us, I think, a screen. Is there a screen? Maybe not. It don't matter.
Yeah.
I would not put the screen on because the filters, sometimes they have magnetic filters. That's your filter air that goes in. You don't filter air that goes out. That's all I wanted to say.
Forrest Gump. Okay, that's all I have to say.
Box of chocolates.
All right.
Does that have to go a certain way? I guess I didn't realize that has to be. Here, hold on. Is that all the way in? Okay.
I don't know.
If you don't know, how am I supposed to know?
See, I'm having trouble with that.
Yeah, you are. Don't just walk you.
Don't force it.
I'm still going to hold you responsible.
Don't force it now. All right.
Yeah. having a major malfunction over here. Oh, that was cool.
Mr. Finesse, all right.
Something. I think we got to put the front in first, so it aligns with the buttons and switches. So, here we go. Now, how about your end there? Is that?
Yep.
Is that working out?
Yep.
Yeah. And the button works? Yeah. Okay, so I'll put the screws back in there. Yeah, that explains that little mystery. Like Carrie, they told you that in the chat room 20 minutes ago.
When all else fails, read the manual.
You read the manual.
Yeah.
All right, let's spin it this way.
I knew how to read, and 2 in the back.
I need pictures.
Okay.
Okay. And then just 2 more in the back. I thought we had 2 extra. Oh, there are 2 extras over there. Those were the ones that I took out from the fan controller. We're not coming. So this little mechanism works to release. Yep. What's the matter? Did you hurt yourself?
No, it's just my mic was going to get ripped off.
Sorry, I'll take it out of your check.
Oh, okay. So what next?
So now we can look at the mounting mechanism to mounting the block to the pump to the CPU. Okay, we don't need that.
And not Intel, but AMD. This is a rarity.
You know what else we didn't do? This case is actually a little, remember when I took the tape measure out? This case has some feet that go on, I guess like this.
That's what I'm thinking. The rubber's on the bottom.
Yeah. And there's some screws on the side. How does that, does it just click it?
Should
Yeah, tilt it back for me. Oh, I forgot about that. Well, now how does that work? Hey, look at that. It's like I knew what I was doing.
Almost.
Almost. Have I fooled anybody? Can you... yeah, there we go. Mitch is getting a workout today. So I guess I gotta go this way. That's Okay, now we can put it up on its feet. You can grab it from the back and just lift it straight up. Oh, I thought that was going to require screws. I guess those have to come off if I'm going to ship this to somebody, though. Probably shouldn't have put those on.
Yeah, it's...
Well, no, I have to complete the build. All right, so what do we have for a mounting kit?
We have in this bag two.
And there's AC's drafting with a $50 contribution.
Ooh.
Wow. Holy smokes.
Thank you, thank you. Since this is an AMD, we shall use AMD sound effects.
Oh, that's weird.
And then
What else you got in there?
I've got brackets, but we don't need. Which one's Intel and which one's AMD?
Well, this is all Intel. This whole bag. Oh. See the writings on the outside of the bag? It says Intel.
So that we don't need any.
So all of this is Intel.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll put that back.
And Intel is short for Integrated Electronics. See, this is why I don't go to trivia with Mitch.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Wait, what?
Uh-oh.
How does that work?
Got the manual.
It looks so tiny.
Get that away from me. Okay.
I need
scissors.
Yeah. This bag said AMD on it. You gonna knight me?
Quiet, you birds. All right.
Whoa, got a runner.
Okay.
Wait, what's on there? It's like a booger. What is that? Save that for later. Okay, yeah, there's another little thingy in there, spacer. Oh, there was a screw hidden back there too. So we got 4 screws, 4 spacers, and 3 washers. Those 1 washers. I see. 1 washer is on one of the screws. So 4 washers, 4 screws, 4 spacers, and 2 brackets. Well, that doesn't seem too bad, does it? Ah, Mitchell. What are we gonna do?
That's my name. Don't wear it.
I only wear it in.
Okay. So how does that bracket
So
go?
we're gonna reuse the bracket. So we keep the bracket.
On the back there.
Yeah, the one on the back.
Yeah.
So it's kind of good that that piece is there holding it for us, even though
Okay.
I said it was in the way. It would be in the way if it was an Intel system. It's not in the way on an AMD system. Okay, we did all this, we did all that. Yeah. Okay.
Yada, yada, yada.
Thermal compound, blah, blah, blah. There's the fill valve, which we don't have to worry about. The bracket, this shows the bracket on what appears to be AMD. Is that AMD? No, that's Intel. It says at the top of the page up here. Intel, AMD. Okay. So AMD shows the brackets going in like that, because we're on AM4. And where's the washers? I don't see the washers in this diagram. Place the 4 AMD spacer nuts over the bolt threads of the back plate on the front side and fix. That is a long sentence. Place the 4 AMD spacer nuts. Why do they call these nuts? You ever seen a nut that looks like this? It's just a spacer. It's not a spacer nut. Nut implies that it would thread. But the spacer does have an opening wider at one side than the other so that it can go over. When you push this plate through, do me a favor, keep pressure on it. The spacer goes over it. The other end of the spacer, if I flip it the other way, is too narrow. It won't fit over the top.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to do that. I'm going to just, and normally we would do this with the case laying flat, right? So that these would just sit with gravity holding them for us.
Because 4 hands are better than 2.
Yeah, and definitely if you're going to do this upright, which you shouldn't do, 4 hands are required. But they don't show the washers. Are the washers used at a different AMD socket type? Place the 4 AMD spacer nuts over the bolt threads of the back plate on the front side. Okay, so this is the front side. Mitch is holding the back plate in, and these are the spacer nuts. I gotta translate.
Okay.
And fix both the AMD mounting brackets. These are the mounting brackets using the AMD backplate screws, and these are the AMD backplate screws, but nothing about the washers. Why did you give me washers and not mention the washers? For AM4 and AM3, you'll need the fans, the short AMD mounting brackets, AMD spacer nuts, AMD backplate screws, radiator mounting screws, fan mounting screws, AM3 washers. Oh, so the washers, I guess, are for AM3? I'm looking for if there's any mention of these washers. To install the Pure Loop onto an AM3 motherboard, please use the 4 AM3 washers and place these over the bolts of the factory-mounted backplate on the front side of the motherboard. So they're saying they want these washers on these screws if we were using an AM3, but we're not using an AM3, so we're not using these washers. Did we keep one of those little plastic bags? Because these 4 washers will stay with the extra cooler part. Don't change what you're doing. Oh, damn it. Sorry, that's my bad. I asked Mitch to do too many things at once. Okay. Go ahead and hold that.
I'll hold it.
Hold that in for me, please. Okay, so I'm going to just start with the top. Okay. Again, this would be a lot easier facing down. Now, do the washers go, I mean, do these brackets go this way, or do they go this way? This way? Or this way? I gotta look at the manual. Again, I don't see any indication. It says AM4 pointing to the holes the further. So on the bracket, like they're trying to be a little helpful, and it says AM4 to use that mounting hole. I'm trying to see if the camera will. It's very tiny writing. But I mean, you don't have a choice. I mean, they don't need to point to that because there's no possible way AM4 would fit through the narrow side. I'm gonna guess the bracket's gonna go away from the cooler, not towards it. No, I'm wrong, it goes towards it. That is the exact opposite of how I thought.
Bad figures.
Yeah, that's kind of par for the course with the writing upside down. Okay, I mean, I guess that's how you're going to play it. That's the way the picture shows it. The picture shows the bracket going on with the where's my finger? Right here, going towards the block and not away from it. See how it's got that?
Yep.
Yeah. Like, words are hard.
Mm-hmm.
This is really doing it the hard way. I really want people to see what I'm doing. And if we lay it flat, they won't be able to see. Now, obviously, the bottom one is going to be symmetrical. It's going to also go towards the center. Like this. You know, it might be Bob Odenkirk and Steve Odekirk. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Anybody in the chat see anything? I didn't notice.
No, I didn't notice it.
No, we don't know what you're talking about.
Can I quit holding it now?
Yes, sorry, yeah. And those don't really have to be any tighter than I put them on. Now, in theory, before we do anything else, these should line up. And they do. Hey, we're getting there, Mitch.
All right.
Okay, so now we can put thermal compound down. We can secure this into place. We can throw a graphics card in here, give it some juice, power it up and do the smoke test. Now we already know the motherboard boots, and it's already got Windows 10 on it, I think. Did I put Windows 10 on it? I think I put Windows. Well, we're going to find out. Imagine how much longer this video would be. Just imagine.
I'd rather not.
All right, so we have the thermal compound here. Will you give me one of my glows? Oh, man. So I don't know what it is with BeQuiet and the thermal compound being so stingy. Look how stingy they are. Look at the size of this tube. Mitch, look at this.
Barely enough to cover.
Yeah, I mean, you can't make a mistake here. You make a mistake, you're out of thermal compound. Now look, again, it might be a petty thing here, but could you just maybe give me half of the syringe? Would that be?
Right.
I mean, we're not exactly hitting the bottom of the barrel of the price tag for this cooler. Although it is a value priced cooler, it still, would it kill you? I think I got to use this whole tube, Mitch. The whole tube. Oh my god.
Not half the tube, not a quarter, the whole tube.
I don't think you can handle the whole tube.
Okay.
You want the tube, you can't handle the tube. Look, I mean,
where are the screws that are going to mount the pump onto the...
They're captured by
they're captured. Just asking.
Yeah. No,
never mind.
It's a fair question. Yeah. This is, that's all there is.
Do you use, there's none left?
That's all there is. Okay. I want to show people. Let's go, hold on a minute. Move the camera. First, there was a chip shortage. Now what, we got a thermal compound shortage going on here? What's going on with this? Why? Why? I mean, maybe BeQuiet's trying to keep people from using too much, but I don't think that's enough. Thank you for the glove.
Luckily, you have more.
Well, I might need it. Let's see how it spreads out here. It's awfully
thin.
Yeah, I would prefer a little more than this. This is not... well, you know what, Mitch? I'm going to put this... I'm going to assume, because, you know, that's how all my good ideas begin.
Try it. Or no.
I'm going to assume BeQuiet wants you to use this much.
Okay.
Like they don't want... I would use more than this, but this doesn't feel like enough. So if the cooler... Look, it's going to be really hard to tell. If the cooler's running hotter, that means we don't have enough thermal compound on it, and we're getting some really bad light reflection here. No, keep it where it is. I just need to turn it right there. I mean, I've covered it, but I mean, I don't get that. And like I said, if you make a mistake and you have to redo it, you're done. There's nothing left in this. This is empty. And I don't know why they do that. You know, before they were, I want to say it was BeQuiet was putting the thermal compound in a little plastic baggie that you couldn't. Right. First of all, there wasn't much in it. Secondly, you couldn't reseal it. So it's always this one-time use philosophy. And you know, look, if you don't make any mistakes, I guess it's okay. But that's more for an advanced builder. And there's really nothing advanced building about this system, even though it's high-end components. It's still pretty easy to get it all together here. Now I've got to remember to remove the tape.
See right here? Quite the sun on my face. Oh, we need to shut.
Oh yeah, we're gonna have to shut that. All right, let's peel that off. See it all shiny and clean. We wait till the.
Yeah.
Should I put that up there?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Keep my forehead clean.
Yeah. Little Biore. Can I rip it off?
Yeah. Filled with blackheads.
Yeah.
Ouch. Yeah, I guess I want that to go out the way it was. And once again, this would be a lot smarter to do laying flat. But I'm going to do this for our audience, and I really shouldn't be using a power driver. So,
but you're a professional here.
Professional.
AJ says site gives you enough compound for
three
installations. He said it, we didn't.
Well, yeah, it's true. And then this, we'll plug this in right over. I'll tell you what, let's do this, Mitch. Let me hand that out to you.
Got it.
And then you hand it back to me right through here.
Maybe can I have it back? I want to put it under this.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Go ahead and pull.
Yeah. Much nicer.
Here, wait, give it back. Wait. I want it to go this way, and then underneath something, so it'll kind of trap it.
Oh.
Can you run it underneath those cables?
Yeah.
Underneath this cable right here.
Yeah.
And then hand it back to me.
Like that.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
I need a flashlight though.
Yep.
I can't. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I had that completely wrong. It's very dark in there. Okay, so that's going to power the pump right there. That's going to power our fans, the CPU fan header. That's the all-in-one pump fan power. We have clearance to add more RAM, which is good. I wanted to check that. I want to run this cable. I just want to sort of tuck it in.
I'm hearing the
Ice cream man. Let's get the cable underneath this heat sink.
I want a drumstick, Uncle Ken. Run out there and get.
I think I've got some in the refrigerator.
Oh.
Okay, so I think that's it. What is the chat room? Oh no, I guess I need a graphics card, don't I?
Yeah. Kill that light.
Oh, I'm gonna. Yeah, we got the sun coming down right into the window.
Look like a ghost.
Ooh. Don't you live in Arizona? How can you be so pale?
I only go out at night. All right. Half vampire. All right.
Now these are going to move around over there.
That's all right.
Let those settle down.
Okay.
Okay, so that is the complete and total installation of the cooler and the motherboard and the RAM and the CPU. I will just throw some of this out. And the feet that go on the bottom of the case. I got a little thing here that's going to bother me if I don't peel it off. Like that. And we're going for the quiet side of this build, which is why I'm leaving this panel on.
Okay.
And it should be a quiet build anyway. Even if I took this panel on, it would still be, based on what I'm seeing here, I don't see anything that should be very loud.
Okay.
What the hell is this for? Oh, wait a minute.
No.
If this is pump power, then what's that? Okay, do me a favor. Take this cable. I think all that's going to do is light this pump up. I think it just lights up the.
Take this cable.
Was there an extra one I'm not using on the, or no?
What do I do with it?
Wait a minute. So this is pump power. Pump power would go there. And that's the water block. See, I'm not used to that. So the water block, it's got an LED. That's got to just power the LED.
Okay.
Do we have an extra
spot
on that splitter? Did I use all of them? I guess I did, right? There was 3.
Yeah.
Let me think about this now. Where's that going to go? I think this one's optional. I think this is just to light it up. And if it's just to light it up on a case nobody can see, we don't need to plug it in.
Right.
But I don't know. What did I do with those directions? Now I got to read the directions.
Right here.
Gosh darn it. Yeah, it's got a light around it.
For a windowless case?
Yeah. Well, that's okay. They don't know.
Yeah.
But it just depends on what's important. Right? What has to be hooked up and what's optional. So this goes through the mounting, but what about the cabling? Nothing. This is all they gave us? This is the physical installation without any of the electrical connections. Why did they leave the electrical connections out of this manual? Is there anything else?
Nope.
Nope. The chat room's gonna be having a fit here in a minute. This is just mounting the block, mounting the radiator, mounting the brackets, refilling the cooler or topping it off. Please operate the pump and lighting only with 12 volts. No voltage regulator should be used. In other words, don't put it into a fan controller.
Okay.
Nothing about the cabling. Okay. What you think about that, Mitchell?
No lighting.
Yeah, but I gotta plug it. Needs to go somewhere.
Okay.
What a shame, because the motherboard has ARGB headers on it. That would be more appropriate. But that's a fan header. And again, you wouldn't plug it into the fan controller because they want a steady 12 volts. They don't want that light dimming or you know, maybe it wouldn't even dim, maybe it wouldn't come on at all unless it has 12 volts. You certainly need the pump running full speed all the time.
Yep.
The only thing that adjusts are the fans going through the radiator, never the pump itself. Pump is always pumping at full speed. So then the question is, so we still have a fan header down here, but that cable's far too short.
Yes.
You know what? Just
You want
yeah, give it to me. It's gonna look ugly, but I can run it right down here. But that's supposed to be a 12 volt. Okay. They don't want it plugged into that. They've made it very clear they don't want it plugged into something that's going to adjust.
Right.
Which takes us back to this piece right here. So this piece, this is all, remember, if you're just reading the directions, you won't really understand all of the whys. Is that why they call it whys?
I thought it was ways. Oh no, that's the
W-I-Z.
That's the traffic.
What this is going to do, this is going to take 12 volts straight out of the power supply, and then one is for the light on the pump, and one is for the let me rephrase. One is for the light on the block, and one is for power to the pump. One of the advantages of putting the pump in the block is you would only have one power cable, and that power division would be done on the circuitry inside. But by splitting it like this, they've now doubled the number of cables. Now, I could equally use a fan splitter right here, just a two-way fan splitter, so that I don't have to use an extra power cable.
Have you got one?
I think there's one in the drawer right there. Yeah, you're going to look in that drawer and be like, there's everything in this drawer. I think the secret to the universe is in that drawer.
Yeah.
It's in a little baggie. Wait a minute. They're right here. I bought some of these.
Sweet.
From Amazon. You see, I got two of them in one package. Just coincidence, I didn't know I was going to. And again, I can hook up another modular cable to the power supply and do it the way BeQuiet wants me to do it. But I prefer a cleaner install. And that header on the board shouldn't have a problem because an LED doesn't take much power. So it shouldn't rob. I hope I'm right. If I'm wrong, well, won't be the first time. Okay, so I'm going to make this look a little ugly for right now because I just want to, I'm anxious to try it. So we'll plug one in. They're both equal and they both have 4 pins on the inside, do they? Or does one have 3?
That has 4. That has 3.
Oh, really?
I think.
I think you're right. Interesting. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. So we're just gonna make this a little ugly for now, just so we can, I'm anxious to test fire it. I've been entertaining myself and now I'm getting hungry. Can I see the light? I think I plugged it in correct, I can't tell. So I'm on the pump header. The reason it's labeled pump is it means it's going to be 12 volts and the BIOS isn't going to adjust the voltage to slow it down like it would a fan. In case anybody didn't catch on to that earlier. And now a graphics card, Mr. Mitch.
Okay.
There's one right there behind you. What is that?
370.
3070? You don't have to worry about the back. You see there's a back plate on it? So we're going to use this card here.
Ooh.
This is now, remember when I told you you're going to be able to buy a Tesla with Bitcoin?
Yeah.
You can buy a Tesla with Bitcoin now. Elon just tweeted it about 3 days ago.
Okay.
This is about the same price.
Okay.
Well, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I don't know. These are like 3 times what I paid for them. Because, you know, gamer got a game.
Okay, to remove a few.
Yeah, we're going to take out this second one from the top and the third one from the top. Right like so. And then that latch has to be open. This cable has to be out of my way. And it just barely fits.
I didn't hear a click.
No, you won't on this one. Okay. And then we need power cables. Now we can bring probably, if we remove one of these, we could probably bring the power cables up through here, but then it's going to look ugly.
Okay.
So I guess we'll bring the power cable in through this grommet right here. And these were already connected to the power supply when we installed it. Now, some people recommend we run 2 separate cables. So we run 2 separate rails. I don't really think it's necessary, but if this computer does have any sort of blue screen issues or crashing issues when the card is pressed hard, then I will change it. But if that happens, I will make a follow-up video. I don't think it's required. It may depend on the CPU, on the power supply that you're using, and how much power you're drawing from it, and how much power it's actually delivering. You know what, Mitch? We're done. This is it.
I don't believe it. All right. Mm-hmm.
We're done. Here. You can put the screwdriver and the flashlight away. You know why?
Smoke test? Mm.
Not only is it a smoke test, this is going to boot perfectly.
I think you did install Windows 10 on that NVMe, so we shall see.
Yeah, but this is a different well, I never installed the other NVMe.
Oh.
I couldn't get it installed, remember?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so
We need,
ladies and gentlemen.
What do you need, an HDMI out of that?
I need my mouse. Oh, I've got it. I've missed a few contributions. So David DeWitt with $5 says, hello. Hey, David, thank you for your support. Michael Dane, there's the man.
Hey, Michael.
$20 says, greetings, Carrie and Mitch. Oh, greetings is very formal. You know who Michael Dane is?
The guy that gives away all the computers?
He's the man.
Yeah, he's the man, yeah.
AC's drafting with $20. He says it's fine. The back cover will hide it. Winston Liu with $5 Canadian. I hope the Kerry Holzman dreams will be a Canadian Francophone and Canadian Anglophone dream also.
Okay.
I don't know what that means. And then I'd mentioned before, AC's drafting contributed again, 20 and 50. That's a total of $90 from AC's drafting.
What a guy. What a guy.
Jan DeJong with €5. Colin Hunt with £5. Jan DeJong with €5. Steve Oldfield with $25. We mentioned that one already, so I think it does catch me up. Okay, power. First thing, I'm going to make sure the power supply is in the off position. Okay, do that. Plug that in right there. I never used camera.
Not really, no. And then you need an
forgot?
HDMI from here, from this graphics card
I want to go to make a point
to the streamer.
Oh man, click this here. This is why I'm not using it. Okay, yeah, it's not much better though, is it?
No.
But so that's the power cable with the switch in the off position, and then yeah, I'm going to need HDMI, which I have right here. And we're going to go to the back of the video card, not the back of the motherboard. You'll see the motherboard's got an HDMI cable, but we're not, because some AMD processors do have built-in graphics. And I'm going to unplug something back here. Let's unplug the wireless camera. And we'll plug in there. I need a keyboard and a mouse. So here's keyboard and mouse. We'll turn this on. And I'll get the dongle out of it. Get the dongle out of here. I'm going to work backwards. Plug that into the front USB for me. You're tall, you can see it. And we'll test the front USB this way.
Gotcha.
Okay, now ladies and gentlemen, we're taking your bets. How many people believe that this is going to power on and everything's going to work without any need for any correction? I'm talking about LEDs are going to light up properly, all the fans are going to turn on properly, the pump's going to light up and run properly, and that no mistakes were made during this build. Any waging on
Any takers?
against Uncle Kerry and the BeQuiet build here? The Pure Base 802 case. Not a terrible case, by the way. Not a terrible case. Not a perfect case.
Now you want to put us in the corner and switch switch over. Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see. If I go to camera 1, I can put, let's see. Let's put camera 1 here. Let's put camera 3. Oh, wait a minute. Get over here, camera 3. Yeah, it's kind of close. I guess nobody's going to be able to see the screen though, huh? Maybe
Kill camera too.
I wanted to do something different. Maybe I just make us really, really tight.
Yeah, there you go.
How about like that? Very, very slow. Yeah. Let's do that. But then they can't really see it. That's fine.
All right.
This one needs to be a little bigger. Hey, that in an envelope, you can get something that's a stamp right there.
Okay.
Okay, and now we'll turn on camera 2, which should say no signal. Oh, but it overrode camera 3, so I gotta move camera 3 up. Switch on.
Switch on.
You're gonna do the honors?
Hit it.
Whatever you want there, buddy. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I see fans spinning. I see the LED around the pump. I see the LED on the RAM. I see the EVGA light up on the graphics card. Give it a second. It's
Thinking.
It's doing something. Is that smoke supposed to come out of it? Light a match.
Yeah. Okay.
And be patient. Now we should start to see something here, if it's going to do something. Oh, we probably have weird audio with camera 3. Looks like I've got audio turned on.
Oh.
There it goes.
Turn off one mic. Yeah. Check your audio. Okay. You fixed it.
Should be able to turn the audio off. I mean, ideally, that shut the audio off. We shouldn't have the audio problem anymore.
Okay.
Okay, I can't read the screen. It's too tiny.
Okay.
Let's go full screen, just for you and I. The audience will still see everything the same. What does that say? Device is changed. Please enter setup. All right, press, let's see, we'll press F1. F1. There it goes. And this tells us everything about the chip and etc. We just can save and exit, I guess. Where's that option at?
What's our BIOS?
I'm confused. Oh, game boost mode. Okay, let's see if I hit escape. Quit without saving? No. Where's the quit and save and quit? Where's that at? I guess F12 up there's a little picture of a camera. Advanced is F7. I don't see a save and exit setting. It's usually like F10. What happens if I hit F10? Yes. Well, I guess you're just supposed to know that. It's osmosis.
Yeah.
Okay, let's try to see if it loads up.
Boy,
I can't remember if I.
Boy, that's dead quiet.
Yeah, well, the chipset fan's not running. Here it goes. It's actually still quiet. Did I install Windows 10 on here? Well, we're about to find out. Are the lights lighting up on that case? Do you see like a power light on the power button?
Yeah.
Do you see the other light blinking for the hard drive?
No.
How about now?
No.
How about now?
Yes.
Hey, I got Windows installed on this. Okay, so there's a flash drive there that says utilities. It's one of the flip out ones.
Acronis BIOS and mem test.
No, there should be some more.
Utilities.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, I'm stepping on the case.
Well, and you know the top USB works.
Yeah, we know that works because the keyboard and mouse are working.
Yep.
Ooh, that came up quick. Okay, my mouse is. Oh, I have to turn the mouse on.
That would be. It's slick production here, folks.
Hey,
you get what you pay.
if anybody watching said I never did that,
right? Yeah,
they've
that's shame on
obviously
you.
are lying. Liars. Just a bunch of liars. Now this is PCIe Gen 4. Okay, so the most we would see out of a Samsung 970 EVO Plus is about 3600. That's the maximum you're ever going to see out of Gen 3.
Okay.
Even if you put a Gen 4 in to a Gen 3, you're still going to hit 3600.
Okay.
You're not going to go above that. So with Gen 4, you should be able to double that to what, 7,000? So let's see what this one does. This is the Sabrent 1 terabyte NVMe Gen 4. I've never tested it before on this build. In fact, this drive is brand new specifically for this build. So I've never even tested, ooh, we're at 5,000. So if we were going 3600, you can see percentage-wise, what are we, 20%? 17%? I mean, it's not a world of difference. In theory, with NVMe drives, when they get to the point of performance, like they have where they can exceed 3600, but now the problem is the interface, the Gen 3 is maxed out. Okay. I think for Gen 4 to be maxed out, we double it. So if it 3600 maxes it out, then like 7200 in theory,
okay,
it's like 8,000, but when you subtract it, it's anyway. So 5,000 is a little bit.
What kind of write speed do you think we'll get?
That's a great question.
Yeah,
I don't have the foggiest idea. I would imagine it should be pretty damn close to the read speed. I would think, but I could be wrong. AJ Haverkamp says Sabrent is 5,000. Well, that matches what we got. I like that when things work the way they're supposed to.
AC drafting, fire it up, then hand me that 3070. You wish.
They're saying 4,500 on the writes.
Okay.
That sounds about right.
Yeah. RIGHT.
Right.
Yeah. I said that. Yeah.
Right.
Right. Okay.
Did those make any wrong?
No. And here we go.
If that BIOS has a balanced mode for the chipset fan, pick that. Well, I mean, it's quiet. So,
yeah.
In fact, the fan is off.
Oh.
Fan's not even running. We'll have to run like a... Larry Wood is guessing 4900 on the right speed. We're about to find out here in a moment.
Here we go, drum roll.
And they're saying that Corsair MP600 Pro, the 2 terabyte will go up to 7,000. That's got to be maxing it out.
He was close.
4259. Well, it's not done yet. It still might go up a little bit. Marco says he's installed several of the Sabrent 4.0s, and all of them were around 5,000 on the reads. So we're right where we're supposed to be. It's good to get that confirmation. Yep. And obviously, if we put the panels on it, it's going to quiet it up even more.
Heck, I can't even hear it, and I'm standing right next to it.
Yeah, when it first turns on, everything ramps up for a moment, and then it settles in, and then it's fine. I want to see if I can feel a pump moving. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Come over here and feel my hose.
Feel your pump. You just put your hand.
Feel
in.
the pulse. Yeah, it's pulsing.
Oh yeah.
That's one of the ways you can check to see if your pump is broken. Is you just feel it.
I do like the dude.
Here's how you know. If the pump wasn't working, that vibration you feel in these lines wouldn't be there, and these lines would be warm. And the longer the system's on, the hotter these lines get.
Good.
Because they're still liquid, it's not moving, so it's still going to be staving off heat, just not as anywhere near as efficiently. And so these lines get really hot. Yeah. So if somebody comes to me when they think they have a bad liquid cooler, the first thing I do is feel it. People talk about, was there a piece of software you could download that could diagnose it for you? And you're like, well, just feel it. What do you?
I'm just feeling that if the air. So.
And?
I feel air.
Their fans are barely turning under there.
Yeah.
AC's drafting with another $5. Hey, thank you, AC, again. In stealth mode with $10, he says, that's a fun build. I liked how easy that liquid cooler was to install. And I agree, I like to see a little more compound. Thank you, guys. You know what? Kudos to BeQuiet for the case design and the cooler design. They go together very, very well. I feel a little bad that I've been sort of harsh on BeQuiet, so I'm feeling a little guilty now, a little remorse. They did a lot of things right, and it's more my inclination to point out things that are not what I expected,
and we're done.
And when things are what I expect, I often don't mention it. So the shroud here, this front of it, I like that it doesn't light up. I like that it's very subtle, and I like that it's there to hide the power supply and make the cable management easier. I like the amount of room we have on the other side for the cable management. I like how this top came off. I like the way this bracket slides out. The cooler, I just having the pump over here, I'm not a fan. What do you think?
I'd prefer it in the...
It doesn't look right. And further, it's doubling the number of cables. If the pump was built into the block, then we'd use one power cable, as I already mentioned. I will say BeQuiet's fans are, to me, second only to Noctua fans. I think these fans that come with the cases are some of the best fans. I think they're better than NZXT's fans. I think they're better than Corsair's fans. That's my personal opinion. I think these fans are nearly Noctua level. So the fact that we've got 6 of them, we got 2 in the front, 1 in the back, and 3 across the top.
And with no panels on it, and I'm standing right next to it, and it's just...
Yeah, if you're going to hear anything, it'll be probably the 3 fans on the graphics card, which are off right now because we're just idling at the desktop. So I think we should let's throw a benchmark on it. And let's see what it does. I got to go back to full screen here for us. Thank you guys for all of your support, your contributions, and your patience as we
do this off the cuff.
Battle the squirrels.
On this wonderful Friday.
Yeah, we should be outside.
Yeah, 64.
You sound like my parents.
Very
Why
nice.
don't you go outside?
Yeah. Do something. Just
do you hear yourself? That's why they're telling you to go outside.
Do something just outside.
Let's see, I got VLC installed. What was I looking for?
Oh, crystal disk mark.
No, I was looking for
benchmarking. Graphics, yeah.
Which one was I using? Not Heaven. What was it called?
Yeah, wasn't it?
It was this one. It was 3D Mark Spy.
Yeah.
Let's see how long it takes to copy off the USB 3. What are we moving? 177. My gigabit network moves things at around 120.
Okay.
So that's faster than wired network speeds. Gigabit wired network speeds.
I like my Cox Gigablast. There,
I'm glad you finished that sentence.
Yeah, I just gave him a plug.
Now I'm not so glad you finished the sentence.
All right.
You went dirty, clean, and dirty again.
Fooled you, didn't I? want fiber. That's what I'm talking about.
And dirty. Stay in with the dirty.
And I'm never going to get fiber. I want fiber. I'll pay anything for fiber.
Have you thought of maybe just adding a more bran to your diet?
I'm already eating too much grape nuts.
I mean, if you
there's another plug.
You're gonna have to remove the plug.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah. Okay.
If you want the fiber to do its job.
What do you think this will go? 5,000? What's?
What are we talking about? What number?
The number?
The 3D Mark number?
Yeah.
Like 11 or 12,000.
12,000. Yeah.
I'd say.
I'm just throwing.
Probably under. I'm gonna say 11,500. I'm gonna say 11,500.
Okay.
Ask me how I'm gonna get to that number.
I don't know. I'm mad. I missed the ice cream man. Leave me alone.
You need sugar?
Yeah, he drove right by and I didn't get my push-up.
Well, if you'd have done a few push-ups, I'd have bought you a push-up. You don't want to put the effort into it, so I really don't think your heart was in it.
You wouldn't give me a quarter.
Hey, if it was a quarter, I'd buy you 4 of them. I don't want you to just have a quarter of an ice cream.
Ice cream.
All right, so we're almost done with this. This is a pretty fast install.
Yeah.
And still, the system's more or less idling. It's doing some DLCs here. I should probably plug it into the network because there's some updates to it.
Yeah, but then won't that throw off the test?
No. I like to do the test with the latest. So I'm going to take this Ethernet cable and it's just a little too short. Hold up. Let me see what the problem is. How about now? I'll be tripping over that a bit later, so stay tuned for that.
Okay, yeah. I could use a good laugh. All right, yeah, we're in.
Yes. Nothing like personal injury to cheer up the day. And this whole thing here, this whole fan controller thing. What? Oh, this has built-in Wi-Fi, I forgot. So here's a little something for you.
No.
That's for you. That's how you take payments and fan controllers.
Yeah, okay.
That's actually part of the case, not the cooler, but that's fine. It's all trash.
Yeah.
And put those 2 screws with it. Keep all the trash together.
Setup complete.
Click finish. Click launch. Oh, wait, you don't have the mouse on you.
No.
It's hard to tell you to do stuff when you don't have the tools. That's the wrong mouse. I gotta use this mouse over here. Launch. Finish.
Okay.
Now the internet over here is a little bit faster, so these updates shouldn't take very long.
Keyword shouldn't.
Well, that's taking its time. There we go. See here, download, verifying.
That's pretty fast.
I can't complain. How often do I say that?
Yeah. So 11.5 is your guess.
So I wouldn't use this case because all the BeQuiet cases are heavy. And since I'm shipping around the United States, this would add significantly to the cost. And apart from the ease of installing the liquid cooler, I don't really see any benefit of like I said, the drive installation I think is harder than it needs to be.
There you go.
What else was I going to complain about? It's a very versatile case. Well, the way you can change the front of it, and the way you can invert the motherboard, I guess if you want to do that. I like the power supply shroud. I don't like the top of it. I like how the panels come off with the push of a button. I like the sound installation quality that's put on the panels all the way around, sides and front. I like the bracket for the installation of the power supply to be easier. I'm really struggling here to mention things I like. It is a bit large. You know, we just made it taller by putting those feet on it.
Yeah. There you go.
I think there's like 3 downloads here. And then for some reason, then there's an update. You got to click here. Okay, so we'll let that run. Let me grab another. You getting hungry, Mitch?
Oh yeah.
What are we doing tonight?
Since I missed the ice cream man, I see some Reese's Pieces over here.
Are you phoning home later?
I could do wingies.
Wings?
Always do wingies.
I could go for wings. I haven't had wings. I've had enough pizza the last couple of days.
What? You probably haven't had wings since we had wings. Was that last week?
Was it just last week?
No, maybe the week before.
It was 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think I'm due. Okay. This was taking a while.
Seems hung up.
So, well, it may be this internet connection, but, you know, I don't know. I don't know. Let's see, is the mouse moving? Yeah, the mouse is moving. Stealth Mode contributes $10. He says, for Mitch, you and Carrie make an excellent build team. Thank you. And recovered with £2. Boy, Stealth Mode was very specific. That $10 was for Mitch.
Oh, okay.
I got nothing.
Oh, I gotta sit down. I'm old.
Oh. Never mind that we're going to be adding wheels to that chair later. So he can
dogs
build up his guns.
My dogs were barking. All right.
Yeah, what are the name of your dogs?
Left and right.
Well, that does seem to be hung up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Shouldn't be taking this
stuck on 40.
This isn't a good, not a good way to begin.
The begin.
It's taking a while.
Yeah.
What else am I missing in the chat as I stall for time? Because I'm thinking.
How's everybody doing on this Friday?
Steak and grilled onions all around? No. Onions are disgusting.
Who doesn't love a bloomin' onion from Outback Steak?
You know what? If it's fried and battered sweet onion, that's fine. Like onion rings, like a Vidalia onion, a yellow onion, a sweet onion. That's their only saving grace. What is going on with this thing here? I think it locked up. Oh, wrong mouse. I'll use this mouse. Hey. For more details, read our release notes. Okay, I'm gonna hit update. The house just cracks. You hear it?
Yeah. That's at least.
You're gonna find me dead in this place underneath the roof.
As long as I'm not here.
Thanks.
I got a lot more to live for than you.
Save Mitch. Like save Ferris. People walking around with shirts on. I heard from Gerald's girlfriend's brother's uncle's cousin's friend. Okay, there. Install.
There you go. Install again. Okay.
I guess it's shutting it down to do that install, huh? Yep. initialization with an S.
That's terrible spelling.
Well, maybe it's British.
Oh,
Because they don't know how to spell English over there.
like aluminium
And biscuit
instead of aluminum.
instead of cookie. Pram instead of baby carriage. And what else? Tire, T-Y-R-E.
Boot,
Can't even spell tire.
boot instead of trunk.
Yeah. Bonnet
Bonnet.
instead of hood. Error, invalid or corrupt jar file. Oh, jar jar.
Banks.
Oh, I won't even start now. Remember we had this problem?
What do you mean we? Oh,
Yeah.
did we? Did we?
Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
And this happened, I'm trying to think. Let's restart and see how long it takes to restart.
So you couldn't have used the old one that you just have on the flash
No,
drive?
I
or
mean,
what?
I've used it before, but it's done this before, and I'm trying to remember what system build it did this. I cannot remember. And it caused the whole program to fail, like it wouldn't even start anymore. And I thought maybe it was the build, and I thought maybe it was the update. And then I tried it again like 3 days later, and it was fine. So I'm not sure. Because I thought that was behind me now, but now it's come back to visit again. And these are all brand new parts. It's never been installed before.
Okay.
Different motherboard, different chip, different RAM, different GPU. But watch, when I click on it now, it's going to crash every time. See?
Yeah. So what do you do?
I uninstall it and reinstall it again, which I wonder if I can just do it this way. I never tried to just install on top.
Very exciting. Okay.
Yeah?
Overwrite.
Yeah, see, it wants to uninstall.
Install.
But you see how long that took.
Yeah.
Now let's do it again.
Was odd. Very odd. Yeah.
And if it hadn't happened to me on a different system in the past, I'd probably be a little more worried about the build quality, but I know it's not the build. I'm very confident.
Getting cocky.
You know what I didn't put? Do I have an NVIDIA driver on here, or are we just using the downloaded driver? Chipset software. I must have put the NVIDIA software on.
What did we? Yeah.
Bluetooth.
Check your updates. Yeah.
What the heck is that?
That's weird that the one screen didn't.
What's a Nahi? What is that?
Run companion and stuff.
I don't know what that is.
I don't like loading stuff I don't know. Just
Driver version.
Take a chance.
It's bringing me to the Microsoft store. Oh, it's for the sound.
Oh.
Let's see how it feels about doing 2 installs at the same time. See, the download's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm glad I got that, because that's important for somebody. And right on time. Shouldn't be leaning like that. It's hurting my back.
And we never did see on that initial motherboard screen, what BIOS the board had. But
well, if I installed Windows on this, I would have updated the BIOS.
Yeah. You think this one will crash, or that one went through?
Well, if I don't put that second update, it's always the second update. When it happens, It happens on the second update.
Okay.
So if I do the first update and then the second update, if I do the first download and the first update, right? One's at the bottom of the screen, one's at the top. Let's see. When I hit download on this, it should go to verifying, and then after it installs, there'll be an update up here. And I think it's after that, when I download the next one, is when I get the problem.
Because this one seems to be going.
What's the chat room say? They might be familiar. Make sure your power in Windows is set to maximum performance. Oh, you know what? I run the Uncle Carrie's Windows tool, which might change it. I know AMD's, they like to have everything set to no minimum CPU.
Didn't you already run that? It'll tell you, I guess.
Let's do this. Where's my power options? It's best performance. Power mode.
Moving that slider will make that big of a difference?
I'm not going to try and figure that one out. It's AMD. It's mostly emotional. It's not logical. Okay. See, this other download, this is the one I think that causes the problem. So I think if I hit update here,
yeah.
which again, I don't know why these are separated. This doesn't make sense to me. And then I'm going to ignore this. I'll say remind me later on that one. And then I'll hit run. Oh. An update for system info is available. Okay, we didn't get this far before. Good. Here we go, folks. Running the benchmark. This is going to play music. Can I see the TV remote, please? Yeah. I want to mute this audio.
Blue screen of death.
What?
I can't read the setup code.
PFN list corrupt.
Corrupt. What does that mean?
It means your list of PFNs is messed up, man.
Oh.
It's done whack.
Huh? You didn't load enough.
I didn't put enough gigawatts in there.
Okay. Hit it?
No, I think I turned it off and on so quickly it didn't actually turn off. Well, the phone's going to be ringing off the hook for orders for these.
Oh, yeah.
I want Carrie to build it.
Yeah.
I like to watch somebody struggle. Makes me feel better about myself.
Well, we'll try this again. 3D Mark, take 2. Or 3.
We're 12.
Yeah.
There's another update. No.
You just want to run it.
Unless it needs the update to run without blue screening, but putting the update in causes it to crash. Yeah. Did we go this far before?
No, we did not.
What is the night raid demo? I've never seen this before. This is supposed to be Time Spy. What happened?
I don't know. Let's try it.
I don't know what this is.
Night raid demo. Okay.
What?
Ooh.
What is this?
Uh-oh.
All right, this is just the demo, and after the demo, the benchmark will start. I've never seen this before. All right, we'll let people enjoy that for a moment.
Okay. Something new.
You don't have to sit there quietly, you know, there are people still watching.
Oh, I thought the thing came with music. So I'm talking over the music?
Yeah, but they don't want to listen to that.
Oh, okay.
It might be playing the music. I don't know if it is or not.
Night Raid is the newest one? The newest one what?
The newest part of this benchmark, I guess. I've never seen it before.
Okay.
No, it's fine. No, that's fine. No, it's good. Thank you. Okay, so once this finishes, this demo mode, it's going to go into benchmark mode here.
Okay.
All right. So I don't know what our numbers are going to be on this one because I've never seen comparable numbers. This is very different.
But this is the benchmark. You think?
Yeah, well, you see the numbers.
Yeah. Right there, yeah.
All the way at the bottom of the screen in the middle.
Yep.
You get frames per second and stuff like that.
Yep.
Yeah, this is something new.
I was kind of getting tired of her looking in the.
Yeah, but it's not a fair comparison if it's two different benchmarks.
That's
right. What am I going to compare it now with? This is now a new baseline, I guess. I don't know.
Pretty sweet graphics, I'll tell you that.
Oh, what's this one? So now they're doing like the Matrix bullet speed. Okay. Or the frame rate's really slow. I'm trying to rate my frame rate, so let's show it in slow motion. That won't confuse me.
Right.
Look at my frame rates. See how slow the video's moving? That means my frame rates are high.
Bigger graphics card. One with 4 fans.
It's staying quiet.
Yeah.
Samuel Ramos says it's the Carrie and Mitch limited edition BeQuiet build. Get it before it sells out. Go faster sticker is extra. Go faster sticker sold separately. Your mileage may vary. Unapproved credit. Yeah, this is all new. Peter says Night Raid is a DirectX 12 benchmark test for PCs with integrated graphics and always connect PCs powered by Windows 10 on ARM. It's an ideal test for laptops, notebooks, tablets, and other mobile. Well, it's not what I wanted. It's struggling though. I mean, look at it struggle. I mean, if that's not struggling, it's pushing it, I think. No, you know what? The graphics card fans still are not on. They're still not on. There's our benchmark. Yeah, 54,228. I'd say those numbers are a little different than what I was expecting.
Yeah, than 11?
It's a completely different test. How bizarre. Let me just make that bigger so I can see it. It says here.
Ooh.
Invalid score. Night Raid. Graphics store, 115. CPU score, 13,000. AVX2 output on the CPU. Here's the upgrade to go to a graphics test 115,801. Yeah, that sounds great. Look, on graphics test 2, we only got 720.12 frames per second, Mitch. I'm so disappointed. Look, the CPU test is at 42.5 milliseconds. That's almost half a second, Mitch.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. It would be 500 milliseconds would be half a second. So I guess that's okay. I'm going to hit download on this latest update, and I want to see what happens because I'm a little concerned with that crash. I installed TimeSpy.
Okay.
This is not TimeSpy. So I'm a little upset. But, you know, I don't pay anything for it. So, you know, something just happened. You see that?
Yeah.
What just happened?
You have the latest version, blah, blah.
So it downloaded, verified it, but it just crashed on the install, I guess. So now we'll do the install, and then I think after it installs, it's going to say we had a corrupt jar file again. You watch. You watch. Hear the plane? The plane, boss, the plane. Actually, I probably shouldn't do that given our height difference.
What's Tattoo's favorite M&Ms? The plane. The plane.
The plane. I was watching John Oliver, and he's like, I think it was John Oliver, he said, there's no such thing as plain vanilla. Vanilla is a flavor. It comes from the vanilla bean. Nobody says plain chocolate. Its flavor also comes from a bean. I'm like, yes!
So did it crash? I didn't...
Well, it installed, I guess, and then I guess it didn't launch. No, this is not ideal. I'm blaming software.
Okay.
So let's do the old school heaven benchmark because I'm just not, I don't know what these numbers mean. They're just meaningless to me.
Okay.
Did I unplug the flash drive? I did.
Yeah.
All right. Just install it off of here. How's that?
That was fast, yeah.
It's not running. Oh, I gotta install the, I see. I gotta put these in. How about now? No, I'm not updating anything else.
I'm all out of updates.
Tessellation, everything should be extreme. Wait, I don't know. I'm gonna guess the bottom one is the. Well, I can't broadcast that, so I guess I gotta keep it at 1920 by 1080. Let's see what this does.
Ah.
I don't know what I've just done. I think I selected every maximum. Oh, wait, that's terrible. That's in 3D. You got any 3D glasses?
No.
Where's my 3D glasses? I left my 3D glasses somewhere in a two-dimensional space.
Yeah,
Now I can't find them.
Hit escape.
Oh, I can't escape. Oh, no. If you had some 3D glasses...
This would be awesome. Awesome.
You know, the ones with the red and the blue? What's the problem here? Ambient occlusion? No. I like all of that. What's the problem? Anti-aliasing, controls. Is it the stereo thing? That should be audio, right? You know that thing that had anagraph or whatever it said? Anagraph? I think that's what that's called. How do I quit though? Oh, up here. Quality, settings, tessellation, settings. Quality. Ultra. Sound. Nothing. Settings. We're back to that again. Tessellation. Fine. Is that the deal? Is it enabling and disabling tessellation? No. Let's crank it all. Maximum. Camera. Yep. Why is it in 3D mode? Let's just quit. The stereo 3D is the video, not audio. Oh. I was thrown with the word stereo. I thought it meant audio.
Right.
My bad. Yeah, now I should see the dragon get colored in here, filled in on the, yeah. Wow, that was cool. That was fast. Okay, so it goes through this demo, just like they always, wow, that's really sharp.
Yeah.
It goes through the demo. Oh, wait, benchmark. Now we go. Now you'll see in the bottom right corner, we'll see our frames per second. Wow, that looks, I've always run with the default settings. I've never cranked everything up. I can definitely see a difference. And that's only at 1080. Right. That's really sharp.
Yeah.
We're only doing 330 frames per second though. I mean, oh wait, 430. Oh no, that's the number of frames, not the frames per second. Minimum frames per second, 98.9. Maximum frames per second, 340.9. We're on scene 5 of 26.
Still pretty sharp.
Yeah, I've never seen it this way. It's almost like watching it all over, like for the first time. Like the green coloration there in the bow of the ship. I'm going to use big words here today. Yeah.
They call that moss. Oh no.
Is that the starport side, or is that the starboard, or there's like 3 other directions? I don't know. Port, and starboard.
Yeah.
And isn't there 2 more?
I don't know.
I don't either. I live in a desert. What do I know about sailing, ships, maritime, anything? I would totally walk on that bridge. Yeah. Ooh, that's what it feels like to be a pigeon. Wow. I've never seen it this sharp before. What would it look like if I put my glasses on? Would it become even more sharp? Oh, it poked me in the eye. Yeah. Oh, that's a nice pixel. I like that pixel right there.
And everything has to do with the 3070?
I don't know. I mean, other cards maybe could do this. I just never tried. I just don't know.
3080.
That's a 3070 in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's whoa. Ooh.
Like to see that in 4K.
How about 8K?
Okay.
How about 0K?
Okay. How about 0K? A-OK.
He's a pretty good DJ.
Yeah.
Steve A-OK?
Okay. What are they doing? A rack focus on it?
Maximum frames per second, 340.9. This may be an older benchmark, I suspect. GeForce RTX 3070, 2100 megahertz graphics, 7000 megahertz memory, temperature 65 degrees centigrade. The fans are running on the card. It's quiet. Look at that. See the top right? Oh, yeah. You know what? People probably can't see the top right because our video's in the way. I should move our video out of the way. There's numbers right there. Bow and stern. There we go. He was very stern about that. Port, bow, starboard, and port again. You use port twice. Port is left, 4 letters each. Well, that's one way to remember it. Okay, but well, it doesn't help me with the rest. But that will help.
I like Michael Dane. Carrie Mitch, the Dr. Frankenstein and Igor of the computer world.
It's alive!
I'm glad I'm Frankenstein and Carrie's Igor.
I pronounce it Igor.
Yeah. Yes, master.
Yeah. That 3070 looks cool, says Blackwatch.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's do it.
There's your numbers.
Rockin' Rob said, port, starboard, bow and stern, left, right, front, and back. Port is left. Bow. Starboard
bow
is right. Bow or bow?
It's bow.
Bow is
there's your numbers.
Is front. I can't.
Can you read that?
No, I got to make the screen bigger. Let's see. Oh, okay. 4665. There's our processor and our graphics card and our DirectX, or settings rather. Yeah. Well, I'd say that's a successful test. I think it's a day of work well done, Mitch. Yep. We have some cable management to do, and get to work and find somebody to buy this thing.
That's right.
Put you to work. Hello, Craigslist. No, I don't know. You know, it's not bad. I'm kind of warming up to it, to be honest. Yeah. Don't let the word get out, but I'm kind of warming up to this. Like, I wouldn't want to have to ship it. Right. It is a bit heavy.
Right. But it's quiet.
But I bet this thing's going to be rock solid. Yeah. Even though I had to get over some of the issues with the motherboard design and layout. Some things don't make sense to me, but then once the covers are on it, I won't think about it again, you know? Yeah. So let's see if we can let's turn off this and turn off this and hit Control F on that keyboard for me, would you? There we are. Okay. Okay.
Any questions?
Any
answers? We're hungry.
Yeah, we want to eat, but we will stay and answer or address any questions or concerns anybody has. We've been broadcasting for how long, Mitch? Have we been broadcasting?
Since 104 FM.
We've had 0 drop frames. Our connection's been solid. We've been on 4 hours and 23 minutes.
Thanks for everyone tuning in.
Absolutely. Yeah. We had a great turnout today. How many people are tuned in here? About 550 people watching around the world. That's cool. And of course, once the cable management's done and we put the panels on, I mean, you can get an idea. It's going to look pretty generic. Do you have one of those panels laying around we can just slap on here real quick? Just so people get an idea. Let's do this side only. I'm not worried about that side because they can only see one side. There.
It's nice.
Kind of a sleeper, isn't it? You would never know that this thing could be
a beast.
There could be nothing in there. There could be a 486 in there for all you know. There could be a Threadripper in there. You don't know what's in there. Can I join you guys for wings? Come on over, Marco. I don't think I'm going to wait, though. He's in Florida, so it might be a bit of a wait.
Yeah.
Do I still hate MSI? I don't want to rely on MSI for my business. You know, if I wanted to build something for fun for myself, let me just stand right here. if I got a weird shadow.
Here now.
If I wanted to build something for myself or for a friend, and it was something I didn't have to support, and I wanted to do something different, the question is, what's the motivation to move away when I'm so happy with Gigabyte products, and further, I'm happy with Asus products. So there's no reason for me to go back to ASRock or MSI. However, it's really about scaling. So for personal use, it doesn't really matter what you use. You just pick what you like. When you're selling it to other people and you're held accountable for it, and you're going to be, charging them for labor, and they're going to be calling you if there's any problems, and you're going to rely on support. If you have a product that's under warranty, I don't want to be using MSI in that scenario. So it's not that I hate MSI. Understand that as a business owner, I'm trying to be drawing a profit, and it's really hard to do. Try selling a computer, and if you sell one, try making a profit at it. You really have to do something extreme, like custom case modding, custom overclocking, and you're going to have very select customers that will be appealing to the service you offer. Most people won't even understand your service, but you can certainly specialize, like Anthony Remus over at Remus Computer Solutions. He's busier than ever. And if people want to drop $8,000 to $12,000 on a PC, I think Anthony's prices are very competitive in that space. But of course, Anthony's going to work on one machine for a week. I'm going to try and work on a machine every day.
When was the last time you maybe used an Aorus motherboard?
Well, that's Gigabyte.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so Gigabyte Aorus is their, Ford Taurus, Gigabyte Aorus.
Okay.
But I'm very familiar with Gigabyte. I know what to expect. So the point of doing something with MSI was to try something different, to step out of my comfort zone and to see what I might be missing. And there's a learning curve to that. And the question is it worth it? In other words, is what MSI doing differently worth it? The fact that there's websites down or was down, and I still haven't been able to figure out the whole RMA thing, which is out of my frustration, I gave up and broke the board. That was a symbol of anger, that it's not worth even attempting to return because it doesn't scale. Imagine if I had 10 of those to return or 12 of those. And imagine if all those customers were pissed off waiting, thinking I'm not doing anything when I can't move forward. So I want people to understand it's not that I have emotional hate to MSI.
Rick Hubbard says, okay, how much would you sell it for?
Well, it depends if you want the graphics card in it or not.
Yes, those things are like gold.
I will sell it at cost. I'll make no money on it. Any money I make will come from the video and the contributions. I will sell it at cost. So you can see the parts list, and you can add it all up, plus the cost of the graphics card, and the cost of shipping will probably be right at that $125 within the United States only. I can't ship outside of the U.S. You got to be really careful with that graphics card. We don't want that to break in shipping. Marco says he ran the Heaven benchmark on an RTX 2060. He didn't get much lower than us. He was at 5278. What did we get again? 55?
Yeah.
I don't remember. Stealth Mode saying it's in the $3,000 range. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the 3950 is going for. It really doesn't need that shiny RAM in there. We could put some cheaper RAM in there since there's no case window. Save a little money. Yeah. But the 1 terabyte drive was $150 for that Sabrent 1 terabyte NVMe Gen 4 drive. The motherboard was $230. The RAM, depending on how much you want, 16, 32, or 64, it's about $100 for each 32.
Okay. Power supply.
Or is it $100 for each 16? Yeah, it's $135 for the 750 watt modular NZXT power supply. It has a 10-year warranty. The case and cooler were given to me for review by BeQuiet, so I wouldn't feel comfortable selling those. So you would get those no additional cost. But I would ask that you report back to me over the usage of owning and living with it. You don't have to, but it'd be nice if you did, if you ran into any snags or issues. so that I could report back on the review over time.
And what's that power supply go for? NZXT?
135?
No.
What else? What else am I missing? I feel like I'm forgetting something. No optical drive. Storage, RAM, motherboard, power supply. CPU, it's a 3950X. And the cooler in the case. There's usually 7 parts.
Yep.
And then Windows 10.
Right.
The Grudge says he just lost $12,000 gambling. Man, he should have put that money in Bitcoin. It's going back up.
Mm-hmm.
It fell a little bit. It's at like 52.5 last I checked, and it's climbing.
You're holding tight.
I'm staying with
Yeah.
it. Michael Dane says that graphics card is going to cost about what the computer costs without the graphics card. Well, I'm not going to gouge anybody on it, but I'm not going to get taken advantage of either, because I could, if this computer isn't sold, I'll stick it aside and take the graphics card out and use it on another build.
Right.
So you guys might think I have 10 3070s.
Right.
I have more than one, but that's all I can say. Can an all-in-one cooled system be left on 24/7 like an air-cooled model? Yeah, it won't make it. If anything, it'll last even longer. It's the starting and the stopping that takes its wear and tear on fans and moving parts. And likewise on a pump, if the pump never stops, if the pump is running 24/7, where your wear and tear is going to come in is into the fluid, right? The fluid's going to constantly be moving. And so the all-in-one coolers generally need to be replaced between 4 and 6 years, and that's just normal. Now, maybe more modern pumps don't require that, but the fact that they give us that little tube of, can you hand me that? This, you don't need fiber if you have this.
I was going to use it for hair tonic, but that was just me.
No, don't do that.
Okay.
It didn't work out well for somebody who tried that with Gorilla Glue.
Yeah.
So this is coolant. It looks like water. Don't drink it. Might be safer than Flint's water, but I wouldn't drink it anyway. But this coolant is there to top off the cooler, which after about 3 years, I'd say might be time to check it. But if it's discolored, if it's coming out, you see how it's clear? If you're looking in that thing and it's any other color than clear, it's contaminated. So therefore, it's not going to be working as efficiently. It doesn't mean it's not working. It's not working as efficiently. And to drain and refill it, it just didn't make any sense. You just buy a new cooler. And it's easy enough to put in. And coolers are like, I don't know what this cooler sells for, 120 bucks or something. It's not, I don't know, I'd have to look it up. Anyway, you'll have to email me to talk about the details. I'm not gonna, we're sitting here. 125, 125, 150, 150, 250, 250, 300, 400, 500, 600, 200,000, 10,000. It's like the auto auction they got going on down the street.
Barrett Jackson.
What's the other one? Meekum?
Something like that, yeah.
I don't know. I don't have that kind of money.
So should we get out of here? Thank the contributions and thank everyone for tuning in and on this historic build.
Yeah, and I appreciate everybody's patience. This one was a little difficult to get off the ground. And again, huge thanks out to the kind folks at BeQuiet who continue to take my abuse and keep sending me more product. I don't know why they do that, but I'm grateful that they apparently value my thoughts. And Michael Dane says, please keep the people of the southern USA in your prayers for the severe storm we had yesterday. Had 6 deaths out of these storms.
Tornadoes.
Please keep the families in your prayers and thoughts. Wow, is there a tornado?
Yeah.
Why is that not in our news? Say Danke to be quiet. I don't know, are they German or are they Austrian? I don't know. Yeah, so the contributions. Michael Dane with $5 says, Carrie, the Dr. Frankenstein and an Igor of the computer world. Don't forget to yell, it's alive. Rick Hubbard with £2. Stealth Mode with $10. He says, that's for you, Mitch. Hold on.
I'm rich. In good looks. All right.
5. Wait.
$2.
Wait. No, it's 2 5s.
Oh.
And YouTube takes 30% of that, and then the government's going to tax me 30% of that. Here.
Here's a quarter. Don't spend it all in one place.
There's that.
Ooh.
And there's that.
Ooh.
But this you got to dance for.
Oh, no thanks.
All right. Here.
Set that over here. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's going to wrap it. I was saying thank you to everybody, wasn't I?
Yeah.
So, stealth mode, thank you. AC's drafting, thanks for all your contributions. And stealth mode again. AC's drafting 2 more times. Mike Yazzie with $20. Did I miss that one? Sorry, Mike. Thank you for your support. David DeWitt, Michael Dane, thank you again. AC's drafting, thank you again and again. Winston Liu, thank you for your contribution. And AC's drafting again. Jan DeJong and Colin Hunt and James DeJong again. Steve Oldfield, Rick Hubbard again, Larry Wood. Frankie B with that $100 contribution. And I think AC's drafting is over $100 at this point.
Today, yeah.
Thanks you guys so much. Peter Laycock, as always, thank you so much for your continued support, your continued generosity. Joining us from Scotland. Planet Cryos, again, thank you for all your support and generosity. Rusty Nail, Tom Jackson, Planet Cryos again, Rick Rubicet, Rock and Rob, thank you all for your support. Samuel Ramos, Sarge Tech, Thomas Backenstow, who I owe a computer to. And the first contribution kicked us off by Jen DeJong for €5. Thank you guys again. I'll have information. I know everybody's asking about the shirts. There needs to be 3 more of me, but the universe would explode. I'm going to get an email sent out to everybody with a video specifically for you guys who want to order the shirts on how to make your payment and how to verify what sizes and colors that you want. And that's your final confirmation. And then I'll give people like a week to respond. And then I'm going to tally it all up and put my order in over to this gentleman's name is Jim Henry. He's doing the shirts. They're great. I like the shirts. Okay. If anybody ends up backing out or changing their mind, that's fine. I'll just keep extras as inventory. Okay. And then, I'll have what I'll have. But at this point, I think there's like 80 shirts that people, 80 or 90. Okay. Yeah, some people are ordering several, and then some people just want one. And they're all different sizes, they're all different colors. So that's going to be fun for me. What are you doing 3 weeks from now? 4 weeks?
Let's see.
Sorting shirts? Yeah, I think that's a great plan.
We'll do it on a live. We'll do it on a live stream and bore everyone to.
just sorting the shirts.
Yeah, sorting.
What color does this look like to you? Does that look like blue? I think that's blue. That one goes to this person. Hopefully, it won't be that difficult. And so everybody and those I didn't mention, those people who just, all my friends in blue, thank you for keeping it civil in the chat room.
Fun today, and thanks for tuning in.
And of course, one more time, another thanks to the folks at BeQuiet. They're very, very kind to me, and they don't deserve but I have to be honest, they don't, it's just some things annoying. But it's quiet.
It is.
I hear this machine. I don't hear this one. Yeah. So thank you guys so much for hanging in there, joining us on this build today. We're just shy of 5 hours. We're about 45 minutes past where I wanted to go. But
then we'll go.
Yeah. Catherine Anna Hauserman, all my friends in blue. Hey, thank you all again. And those of you who are not blue, just stick around and join in the chat. And when I see you're friendly and you're regular in the chat, I turn you blue. You don't have to pay anything. It's just, you're just trying to separate out, because it's the internet, the wheat from the chaff. All right, guys, I will see you all very, very soon.
Until then,
I have to find a cool outro.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's do the clock.
Okay.
You gonna say it?
Yeah. And until then,
bye for now. Didn't go.
Oh, take 2. All right.
And until then,
bye for now.